Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's Saturday morning. The shorts are up, the mouthguard is in, and the oranges are cut. That means it's time for Chris Taylor and HG Nelson to hook into a winning grin on We Was Robbed.
Yes, thanks very much and good morning, Australia, and welcome to We Was Robbed for another week. It's been a tremendous week, very exciting week. We start with the news that there's 20 days to go. 20 days to where? 20 days to Rio. And it's a very exciting time. I think we've got 400 young Australians about to get on the plane and represent us in the green and gold in Rio at these fantastic summer games. And joining me this morning with Chris Taylor away on a whirlwind romantic trip in the Rockies is rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, welcome back to We Was Robbed. It's been an enormous week. I'm just wondering if you've plucked a highlight or two to share to start the show.
Yes, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson, and good morning, everybody. And what a tremendous morning it is. I love, it reminds me of Lithgow, this sort of briskness that we get this time of year. I love it. I love it. I love waking up. I love the feeling of cold on the feet. I love that. It makes me want to get up and get moving.
You walked in bare feet.
How was it? I did. But I love it.
Yes, cool on the concrete.
Yeah, I go. I like ice on my feet at this time of day. Now, Jared Hayne, sadly, and I know there are a lot of Jared Hayne freaks listening this morning, his Olympic dream is over.
Yes.
But his rugby league dream isn't over.
No.
So let's not despair. Let's not despair over Jared Hayne. In other news, HG, Andy, of course, this is Andy Murray and Serena Williams, of course, triumphed at Wimbledon last weekend. In a fabulous celebration of tennis, and what a great tournament it was. And can I just say, HG, while Andy is returning serve better than I've seen anyone since Andre Agassi, if Milos Raonic is the future of world tennis, can I say I don't want to have any part of it?
Fair enough.
Just put that out there. Josh Dugan, HG, I know a lot of people are very worried about Josh Dugan, who sustained that broken jaw, which I found sickening. Can I just say that was sickening yes. What I saw. And again, the unfairness of this is writ large before our eyes. He's a young kid with a broken jaw who's likely to be out for the rest of the season. The person who broke his jaw is out for 3 weeks.
I know.
I mean, is there any fairness? Well, let's face it, rugby league and fairness have never seen eye to eye. Perth, however, is to host a State of Origin game in 2019.
I know.
What an exciting idea this is. If we have a chance to spend an hour or two talking about this today, it won't be enough. This new stadium.
And
Australia's gone stadia crazy. I think Townsville's going to get a new stadium. I think it's the most exciting idea. And if we can have an economy, jobs and growth, let's face it, stadium, that's where the future of Australia lies. Stephen Smith named as one of Wisden's Cricketers of the Year, no surprise there. Phil Mickelson said he felt like crying after being denied a course record at Royal Troon. I watched it. I was nearly in tears myself. I mean, the bloke was so close. I mean, the ball, well, it was scared of the dark, as we say. And Jason Day, of course, well off the pace, obviously needs to look at his links techniques.
You're listening to We Was Robbed with Roy and HG on Kindling Kids Radio.
Roy, to start nowhere in particular, Wednesday night you and I were obviously at Stadium Australia. Speaking of great stadiums, it'll be difficult to beat that. It was just an excellent night of rugby league. But the aftermath, when Cam Smith was up there, accepting the trophy on behalf of the team, the Maroon team, and the Blues were wandering around like Brown's cows, if I can coin a phrase. Were you devastated by that? Did you think that showed disrespect? Or do you think that when winners can be grinners, they grin by themselves and the losers can wander off and find something else to do?
Look, it was one of those odd situations, wasn't it, where both teams in a way were winners, and there was a conflict there of philosophy, if you will. You had the Maroons, having been beaten that night, accepting the winning trophy. It doesn't look right at all. It didn't look right. No, I can't blame the Blues fellows for getting off on the moment.
Yes.
Let's face it, they'd won a very, very hard-fought game of rugby league. They'd won it fairly and squarely in the final minute. I mean, it was a dream come true. It was one of those moments of wonderment for everyone who loves the great game of rugby league. This is what makes rugby league the great game it is, that out of nothing, seemingly in the final moment, victory can be, you can turn defeat into victory, which they did. And they wanted to celebrate that. Now, if the Maroons want to take, was it disrespectful? Well, I hope they saw it as such. I hope so. Were the Blues deliberately trying to get up their nose? I don't think they're that smart. But let's say they were, and they were. Let's say they were trying to get up their nose. Well, you can put that away for next year. It gives it something to build on next year. Now, the Maroons will be thinking, all right, we've got up there, they've got up our noses. We're going to be a little bit ill-disciplined next year. And so the Blues were planting the possibility of a couple of easy penalties in the first SSO, or State of Origin, I should say, for next year. So there's going to be a lot of passion in that opening few minutes because, let's face it, the Maroons will not forget this. The way they see it, the Blues turned their back on them, on their great captain, Cam Smith, who I think might be who's been a servant of the game unlike any other. I think he might now have the most number of State of Origin appearances, well above Alfie Langer, which people would have thought, or Darren Lockyer, which people thought would never happen. Well, it has happened, and the Blues turned their back on that. What a great thing for them to do, to plant ill-discipline in the minds of the Maroons for next year.
And what a lovely touch, because let's face it, Roy, we came into this match thinking that Origin might be, the concept might be dead. I know it's often talked about the concept being dead, but, the screws were tightened on the lid of the coffin, and, you could feel the hole opening up and being lowered into it and the dirt coming on. But now, as you point out, not only a win, but this seed of foment, which will bubble away for the next year or so until they get a chance to square it away next year.
Well, that's right. Well, you've got 26 players, HG, many of whom will be playing next year, who'll be talking nothing but
disrespect. And Roy, when it came to the thoughts about the season and changes that people have to make, can I just seed too? A lot of, critics were suggesting to play the Origin in a much more, it seemed to be spread out over several months this year. One game in May, one game in June, one game in July. Condensing it, would that work? So as you see with the rugby union tours, where they play 3 matches over 3 weekends. Yes. That was one idea. The other idea, which is slightly different, is has the New South Wales time at Coffs, going into camp in Coffs, is that time over now? Do you think they have to find something else, something to jazz it up a bit for the team preparation?
Oh, I see. Because the contract with the Coffs Harbour Resort is finished, has it? Can that be renewed?
It can be renewed.
Yeah. Well, it worked for them, didn't it, for the final one? And you'd have to say Laurie and his team would be looking at what they did in that final week, and let's see if we can reproduce that for the first week of next year. But on the larger issue of the concept, HG, I've often dreamed and argued till I'm blue in the face Rugby League HQ. I've always felt that the State of Origin, the first game should be played on the Monday night, the second game on the Wednesday night, and the third game on the Friday night of the same week. I think it would really intensify the competition, and it wouldn't interfere too much with your normal home and away premiership matches. No. So it would focus it on 1 week.
A golden week of league.
Golden week, yeah. I think that's what the public
want as well. How does that idea go over when you walk into...
Well, they don't understand it. They say, well, what do you mean? And I say, well, look, imagine a game on a Monday night. They get their heads around that. Then the same week, on the Wednesday night, we're back to play the second game. Yeah. That's where they start to get a bit confused. And then I say, well, then the Friday night, ...
House wreckers, are you doing it tough? Nothing makes housework easier than We Was Robbed.
Now, if you want to get involved, and you might have some ideas of how to improve Origin, and let's face it, I think from next year on, there's going to be a match played in different cities in Australia, so Origin may be coming in your direction, regardless of where you're listening to this, in the very near future. If you do have an idea, SMS us on 0437 665 200, that's 0437 665 200, or why not give us a ring at 1800 Kids Radio. So the number there, if you can't spell or you can't count in letters, then 1800 543 772. Now, Roy, the disrespect, and I think we need to be mindful that a number of children may be listening to this program, and we're not suggesting for one moment that you should wander away. That is, if you're a losing team, you should wander away and disrespect the thoughts and comments made by the coach and the captain of the opposing team in a big match. Would you see a situation where ground officials should bring out, say, if they're playing rugby league, 17 chairs and have the losing team sit down in front of the winning team while the announcements are made concerning the acceptance of the shield and the trophies and so on? A special area quarantined?
Well, actually, I was. It's funny you should bring this up because I was addressing Toastmasters last week, and we were talking about various protocols and what have you when it comes to moments of formality that sadly appear to be lacking a lot in our society these days. And I think we formed the view that when looking at the fallout of the state of origin, that you're absolutely right, that there should have been a formal master of ceremonies, perhaps coming from Toastmasters, who are very willing to get involved, and with small cards for each of the captains, from which some notes are made,
yes,
and will formally tell them who to thank and the order in which people should be thanked.
What an excellent idea.
I would have thought it nice had Paul Gallen had the wherewithal to say, ladies and gentlemen, officials,
members of the
Queensland Rugby League,
members of
Cameron Smith, captain of the Maroons team, Coach Walters. You see what I mean?
I
so it gets a formal feel to it. And you're right, I hadn't thought about the addition of some chairs, but it wouldn't be very difficult to organise chairs being brought out to put in front of that small podium that's brought out. The chairs could be brought out at the same time.
Plastic chairs. I'm not suggesting anything.
No, they don't have to be
wood or anything like that.
No, don't have to be
stackable plastic chairs.
But in an order, in what I'd call some sort of regimental order.
Now, the only thing that I've got a doubt about is the authority here who comes out. I know Toastmasters want to get involved, but they may not be able to come to every ground. But would you say the head of the police detail on the night, who might be a senior sergeant?
Yes.
Would come out.
Yes.
And might have to suggest that certain players adjust their dress before they sat down on their chairs, that sort of thing.
That's good, yes. I like that.
Or, whether there was a dignitary. I did notice, for instance, the Prime Minister was at the football. This is the Swans v Hawks match the other night, and I'm not sure what trophy was up. There's a cup on all these matches now.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if the Prime Minister could come down and say, settle down, boys. Now, sure, there'd be a fair few boos, being the Prime Minister and that sort of stuff. But eventually, the crowd would get tired of booing, and that'd be the time when he could step up and say, and now let's hear from Luke Hodge, the captain of the Hawthorn team. Luke, take it away. Again, thanks very much for inviting us to play at the SCG tonight and so on. Do you think that could work?
Look, I definitely think it could. The other thing is, actually, it's very... there aren't many opportunities for people to see mayors wearing the mayoral chains.
I can't think of one.
And I know people would love to see that. And let's imagine, with the State of Origin as it was played the other night, the mayor of Homebush.
Whoa, what an
in
excellent
full
idea.
regalia.
Swanning about.
Coming out on the podium. Dragged out on the podium with the chairs, etc. And then formally everyone sits down and perhaps some sort of trumpet or something from the local town band, and maybe a song or two, something to formalise it, maybe the national anthem again. I mean, we never tire of hearing that. And then a sort of... I can remember we used to have the loudest man in the world living in Sydney, the town crier.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be lovely to have that sort of formality if our town crier comes out, hear ye, hear ye, the mayor of Homebush, boom, 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 drums, etc., and up he gets.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, officials, dignitaries, Captain of Queensland, Queensland players, captain of New South Wales players and officials, welcome to Homebush. You know what I mean?
No, it's fantastic. I tell you what, everybody would have left by the last.
well, people had left anyway. I mean,
know,
Campton, talk about disrespect. There was no one left.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone had gone.
Now, it's We Was Robbed you're listening to, and...
if people knew the mayoral chains were going to be making an appearance...
Oh, they'd stay.
Parents would be saying,
And
kids, hang on.
Yeah,
kids would be saying, Dad, Mum, we want to see the mayoral chains. Are they coming out again this year? Of course they are.
Yeah. Now, while we gather our thoughts here, Scott Westcott, who's running the marathon in Rio, will be our special guest later on We Was Robbed. It's 20 days to go. And get this is an amazing story. Scott began thinking of the marathon for the Sydney Olympics in 2000. Mm-hmm. He's kept at it all this way, and finally, as a 40-year-old, I think a dream has been realised as he will represent Australia in the green and gold in Rio at the marathon.
Wow.
It's a hell of a story,
Yeah,
isn't
it is a great story. That's coming up a little later, isn't it?
It is, on We Was Robbed.
On We Was Robbed, yeah,
and the text number, if you want to get involved, 0437 665 200.
We Was Robbed. Just two blokes on a stool with yesterday's back pages spread out between them. Are you there, Skipper?
I certainly am, and it was 20th Century Boy from 2Rex that got us there. And look, James from Croydon, Roy's been on the SMS, and he said, would it be possible to play all three Origin matches in one day like a triple header in baseball? And he believes this would minimise the impact on the rugby league season.
Well, it certainly would. Although, you know, you've got to be careful of what you wish for here. You would need to have, therefore, I think, probably a squad of maybe 80 or 90 players, which may have other knock-on effects, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
You'd probably need 90 Blues, 90 Maroons to be able to withstand the heat of such a day. And is he suggesting the games, as soon as one stops, the next one starts, or is he thinking of a 20-minute break or something in between matches?
Now, look, I know you're going back into league headquarters with some, obviously as part of the debrief. I know you'll be involved in that at league headquarters, and probably that might be 2-day intensive, and all these things will come up. All these things will be put back on the table.
Yeah, back in the mix. Yeah.
Now,
well, there have been calls for the, instead of 3 matches, just one long match of 240 minutes, which would really tax the players, but it would generate interest.
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting that's the solution. I'm not.
Coming to this one, though, the 3 in a day. Look, one thing that worries me about this is I do believe that the competition does benefit from 2 matches played in Queensland in one year and 1 in New South Wales that year, and then the following year it reverses. So as New South Wales gets 2 matches played in the Sydney, or wherever they want to put them, in the Sydney area, and 1 in Brisbane. I think there's something elegant about that as it works out over time. Home ground advantage, Lang Park, the Cauldron versus Stadium Australia. Here, what I think has to happen is it'll be a pretty early start, say a 9 o'clock kick-off for the first game, then at, say, 11 o'clock you're on the plane to go to the other state, depending on where you are, to play, say, let's say you could get up there by 1 o'clock and maybe underway by 1:30, finish by, say, 3:30 roughly. You're back on the plane at 4 o'clock to come back to the first state where you started from for a nighttime kick-off.
Yeah.
Now,
hopefully for the decider.
That's right.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
I
it's
do.
got implications in terms of fairness and... well, let's face it, rugby league's not a particularly fair sport, but that's notwithstanding. I think that this has got a chance of maximising your ticket sales, and you've got time to clean out the first crowd out. Sure, there'll be a few people hiding under seats and in the toilets and stuff like that to see the other one, the last one, but nonetheless, you'll have a fair idea to get them all out and a new crowd in. And I think that's what we've got to understand here, that this is a business. We're not putting this on for fun for, to occupy people for a whole day. It's a business. Rugby league is a business.
Sure. Well, the networks would have... they'd have issues with this, of course, because their viewership at 9 a.m. is probably not going to be all that great. But then again, there's not much interest in the first game anyway. It's only the decider we're interested in.
The middle game?
Forget the middle game as well.
It's
the last one that really cooks up the heat. Now, I think it's absolutely possible, actually. Let's say we do start at 9. Well, you're right, 11 o'clock. The players, all they would need to do is actually probably slip on their tracksuits.
They'd be warmed up.
And if the army was involved, we could get them to the airport very, very quickly. Or
in
indeed,
helicopters.
the New South Wales Police Department would put their hands up to cover that one, to get the boys there. And with Qantas on standby, there's no reason why the players couldn't be in Brisbane by midday.
Yeah.
If we really pushed it,
Yeah.
and then, waddle out to Lang Park. And you're right, the second game could start at a pinch at 12:30.
When you think about it, is that the sort of innovative thinking that the thing needs now? People have the idea, well, this year certainly one there, one here. They're jazzing it up by taking a game to Perth. They've already announced that for 2018 or 2019.
2019, yeah.
2019.
Yeah.
They may go to Melbourne before that for one of the series. They love this sort of, they might go offshore for one. I mean, how long before China discovers rugby league? I mean, I know you and I have talked about this for years, and I know some green shoots have been planted about Chinese rugby
people
league.
still remember the game that was played in the United States.
In 87,
In
I think
87.
it was, Long Beach.
Yeah, they still remember that. They do. And it amazes me that they haven't been back. It might be time after certainly if Jared Hayne could get himself back into the team, to have Jared go back to the United States in triumph as a Blue.
We Was Robbed is the siren sound of success here on Kindling Kids Radio.
Yes, it is indeed. That was Ray Parker Jr. and Ghostbusters, the theme of the original Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, of course, in the news, and this week and in coming weeks, because they've remade it with an all-girl crew of Ghostbusters. So, it'd be interesting to see how that goes. Such a entertaining film in the first place. Let's hope they've been able to remake it with some verve. Now, Roy, you and I were lucky enough yesterday to get along to the Maroubra South Surf Lifesaving Club, where we saw a show put on by the Raging Rabbits, who are the South Players Association of older players who get it together every so often and talk about, in a stage setting, this is your life scenario, circumstance with old players. And yesterday was George the Pig Piggins and former captain Mario Test Match Fennick. It was great to see the Pig and Test Match on the planks together at last.
Yeah.
I've always dreamed. You've seen them on the sideline, you've seen them in rugby league shows, and there they were up on the stage. Mario, of course, said, sometimes I pinch myself when I look back on my career. He said, when I was a kid, Mario wasn't a common name. We used to get teased a lot. Rugby league saved me.
Right.
It's such a redemptive sport, rugby league, isn't it?
What did you say, Mario was not a common name?
That's right, meaning that...
What about Mario Lanza? There's plenty of Marios around. Mario Milo, there's heaps of Marios. What are you talking about?
The difficulty
There's
is...
Super Mario, the game? I mean,
that's much later.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah, but what he means is, I think he Italian background. That may be wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
Mario. Yeah. When Italian people came here, there was obviously Luciano, Mario, and so on, and these obviously defined themselves away from the Anglo culture by, obviously having names that weren't particularly English based. So he found Mario. It's hard to imagine that he was only teased because of his name was Mario. He could be so lucky.
Yeah.
Anyway,
George would have got heaps with a name like George, wouldn't he?
George Piggins.
George Piggins, yeah.
Well,
when you slave up George to the pig, you can't say he wouldn't have got heaps.
Now,
no wonder they both ended up
playing
in the
rugby
scrum, hooking.
Now, what I like is the idea that rugby league saved me. It's such a great thing. The other day I was mindful of the fact that religion does a great work in saving people, and allowing people a second chance, but it's nothing like rugby league.
No, that's true. That's true.
Kids, if you're thinking about, getting a second start, rugby league's the game for you.
Well, it's a very forgiving game.
Forgiving, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Forgiving game.
Yeah.
Now,
you can be a total idiot, and yet come back. Hello, rugby league.
Yeah.
Come on in. Come back in. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Oh, we make no judgment here. Put on your Guernsey. Put on your shorts. Here's your boots. Here's your team. Let's go.
Now, he said it was difficult, this Mario, it was a difficult game to learn how to play, but I got a bit more respect after that, after he started playing. Would you say it's a difficult game to learn how to play, Roy?
No. No, I wouldn't. I mean, there are certain things that appear at the beginning to be counterintuitive, HG. That is, you can't pass the ball forwards.
Mm-hmm.
Don't kick the ball out on the full. Don't punch someone in the head. There are limits to where you can tackle people, leave the area in the shorts alone, that sort of stuff. But once you get your head around those basics, everything sort of falls into place, becomes as natural as breathing.
I know. That's. Yeah. He said, who can forget, when you look back through the record books, you discover that in 1989, the NRL minor premiers were the Rabbits.
That's right.
Sadly, they lost both their finals that year and couldn't move on. But he said it's a great honour, he said after the show, recollecting some of the great memories with George and, him about rugby league.
Oh, yes.
They had the audience in the palm of their hands,
they did.
Yesterday.
Yeah. These are great opportunities for the average punter to get along and get a real insight into what it's like to play rugby league at that level.
Yeah.
At that level, I saw a similar idea. I saw Kevin Hardwick talking to Mick Pobji a few years back, and honestly, they only spoke for 2 or 3 hours, but honestly, I could have listened all day to the stories.
Now, look, I've got to say also is that the Raging Rabbits put on these events every so often. And earlier this month, when we were having a bit of a break, we got along to see Craig Wing, Matt King and Mark Gasnier, the Fubster, at the Maroubra Lions for lunch on Friday. It was just fantastic to see them clash of the codes.
Yeah. That'd have been a riot.
It would, especially with the Fubster on board.
Yes.
Mark Gasnier, he's got some stories.
Oh, great stories.
Now,
he's the fire-up man, wasn't he?
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, listen, Test match, Mario Fennick.
Yeah.
Did he ever play for Australia?
No.
No.
I think that Test match was always an ironic title because he always wanted to play Test match rugby league. Always wanted to, and made it clear. Every now and again he'd go, if one of the papers like the Daily Telegraph or the Daily Mirror in the old days would say, well, hello, Mario, how are you? They'd have a bit of an interview with him. Any dreams, Mario? Yeah, I'd like to play Test match rugby league. That's where it came from.
Now, we've opened up a source of stories and a source of what I'm calling entertainment here. And I was wondering who you'd like to see appear together. I know you saw Mick Pobji and obviously Kevin Hardwick. Gee, I was so jealous, Roy. I wish you hadn't told me that. I'll be thinking about that all day.
I know.
And if you at home have some people you'd like to see talk to each other. Talk to each other. Give us SMS us on 0437 665 200. But just...
back to Benny Elias.
Yes.
I remember seeing him talking to the Penguin. Do you remember the Penguin?
Graham
Bradley.
Yeah, they couldn't put him away.
Could never put him away.
He stood in every tackle.
I know.
The Penguin and the door.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah.
Who started it off? How did it work out?
Okay, well...
Was there a moderator keeping them apart?
Toastmasters was there, HG, and he was a terrific speaker, had terrific palm cards that were secreted. You could hardly see them. Tiny, and began with saying something like, I think he said, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, had us in from then on.
And were you disappointed with the amount of information that, the door was able to reveal about his world? And, because let's face it, he had an enormous success in business, probably still does.
Yeah.
And he's rebuilding, I think,
Well, let's talk communications.
That's what I'm thinking of.
That was him, wasn't it?
And he's rebuilding the whole area of Balmain.
I think he is. I think he was very interested in converting the Balmain Leagues Club into a high-rise complex that would rival Barangaroo. I think he had an idea, a concept, which was fantastic, of something like 250 floors. A very, very tall building.
Did he talk about that?
Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. He did. He talked about his dream in that regard. Well, there were one or two planning issues with regard to that particular development, in as much as it would have been hazardous for incoming aircraft. But apart from that small wrinkle, there was nothing wrong with the concept at all. And I think he wanted to have an underground rugby league ground there as well, and public transport, and a whole world under the ground, so to speak,
Yes.
that he
Now,
had going on there.
This is a form of entertainment, of course, seeing the Penguin and the Door there.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. And a lot of people say rugby league players aren't visionaries. Well, hang on. I mean, put George Piggins and Mario Fennick and Mick Pobgy and Kevin Hardwick and backdoor Benny Elias into a room. Hang on to your hat.
Now, speaking of hanging on to your hats, people will remember the St Kilda Collingwood AFL Grand Final, which was drawn.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
time goes on, and people still remember this as a great day where there was no result in the grand final, and they all had to come back next week and play again. This has been turned into a symphony. The events of the day.
Wow.
And it's just an incredible idea that a live orchestra, and it will be performing this symphony by Tamil Rogion while the game is played on the big screen.
Wow.
So as you're there seeing the symphony unfold as every thump, dump and bump happens on the big screen in living colour. Now, this is going to the September Arts Centre is the place in Melbourne where this is going to happen. The draw is actually at the Hamer Hall stage. The 2010 AFL Grand Final, epic game, played live by the Melbourne Symphony, nail-biting Grand Final, relived in the big screen. And I think it's fair to say is that this is a collision of Melbourne's greatest loves, a symphony and AFL footy, or footy and classical music. I've got to say, Roy, will you be going? Or is it something that you think isn't quite right?
Look, I love the idea of it, HG, but can I just say, the idea just sounds so wonderful, and it's the arts reaching out, isn't it?
It is. Oh, definitely that.
Reaching out into the very heart and the fabric of the community, and I'm all for that. But I'd rather just think about it and not hear it. It exists much better in my mind than it could ever do in reality. Well, I know if I heard it, I'd be disappointed. I'd say, it's got nothing to do with footy. Or I'd look at the footy and think, well, that's got nothing to do with a trumpet and trombone. You know what I mean? And that's just my limitation. I know that.
I understand. So when it gets very dramatic and the ball's down in the forward line and they're about to get a goal, you want the fiddle, the violins going, and then they taper off. Yeah. But then again, you get the counterpoint, which is they might be going legato or slow in that.
I know. Well, that's up to the conductor, I suppose, to keep an eye on the match and get the baton, in sync. Oh, is it as simple as that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's imagine it is, though.
Well,
but I would have thought it would have been best to have the symphony conducted by one of the coaches.
What a lovely idea, Mick Malthouse.
Well, yeah, one of the coaches involved in the day.
Yeah, I think Mick was.
Well, if Mick was on, Mick would do it. Mick knows his music. I've heard him humming tunes. He's got a terrific sense of rhythm.
Now, Rogion's written a couple of things already, True Live and the Ra Project. I'm just wondering if they're enough preparation to take on something as challenging as AFL.
The Ra Project, was that to do with the sun, HG?
I assume so.
The worshipping of the sun in South America, is that it?
The R is spelled R-A-A-H.
Oh, no, it's a different Ra, isn't it? I don't know.
But, so I'm not familiar with those works at all.
I don't know that Ra at all. Has he made that word up?
I think so. Maybe... The subject matter might be, illuminated if we could.
So it's just as obscure as, say, Epistle to Dipsy. Donovan.
Yeah. Yes. Now, look, can I go the other way around? Is when you see AFL, is symphony music what comes to mind? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Symphony music tends to deal with emotions of, sort of higher end emotions, for want of a better way of describing it.
Yeah. No, I think more sympathy when I see the monster trucks.
Yes, no, that's absolutely right. Now, that brings me to what else would you like to see set to music? Now, I know you and I are very keen on Ironfest every year.
In Lithgow.
In the Lithgow area. It's a terrific day out. And
jousting.
I think it's expanded to a weekend. Yeah. Ye olde weldy.
I had no idea that we had jousting happening here in the Middle Ages. No idea.
Yeah. Now, can I point to you that I think they do a great Battle of Borodino. You know, obviously...
the 100 Years' War.
The 100 Years' War.
It's a cracker.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just wondering if they could film that
Yes.
and set that to music.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because this would be more in the area where this may be unfair to symphony because people knock them out all the time. But you know, you might be able to get a few points of reference.
Yeah. But actually, this works. If this grand final
works,
it'll
work.
The tied grand final. Could you slave it up to the tied test?
Or
you know, all manner of ties.
I know. Oh, yes, true. Okay, I see where you're going with it. I'd love to see One Australia. Can you remember One Australia? It was that boat that sank off the coast of California.
I do remember that, yeah.
Preparation for the America's Cup.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that story set to music, a symphony. It'd obviously have a disappointing end because the boat's at the bottom of the sea.
Yeah.
But the drama leading up to it.
Oh, extraordinary. And all our composer would have to do is fiddle with the end bit a little bit, wouldn't he?
You mean
rather than end in an even sort of draw. I mean, I don't know how you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I can't really picture a draw musically. No. It sort of never ends. Repeat and fade, but not quite fade, but not quite repeat. You know what I mean? There must be a way. Yeah. But this is just a clear-cut sinking. Yeah. You know, full drama. Yeah, I can see that working.
Bennett, Malthouse, Sheedy, Ruse, Daly, Meninga and Buckley. The list is long, but they can all be squeezed through the cat flap on We Was Robbed.
Yes, and in the cat flap today, coming up, Scott Westcott, who is representing Australia in the marathon in Rio. It's a tremendous journey. I don't like using that word that often, but it's a journey that began many, many years ago, even before the Sydney Olympics, where Scott realised he loved running huge distances. And in some ways, the marathon is too short for Scott. He needs to go over a much longer period, maybe an 8-day event. But that's coming up in the cat flap later today, a chat with Scott Westcott about the plans for Rio. Jamiroquai and You Give Me Something was the track that we heard just a little while ago. And speaking of Rio, our chef de mission, Kitty Chiller, has said that we hope to double our number of medals in Rio from the last Games in London in 2012. The 410-strong team had to win 15 and maybe 16 golds and a total haul of about 45 to reach their stated aim of a top 5 finish. Now, to compare that with London, we only won 8 gold, 15 silver and 12 bronze for a total of 35 medals. So overall, we're hoping to go 10 medals better. Of course, those keeping score will remember that we finished 8th in London. And our big competitors are US, China, Great Britain, Russia and South Korea, although Russia may find it hard to stay in the top 5. Roy, why are the estimates, firstly, do you place any value in these estimates? And secondly, why are they so low?
Well, that's right. That is the question.
So low.
Isn't it? I know, and that's what a lot of kids are asking. Did Kitty say she wanted to double the medals, HG, or just 10 more? Because by my count, if we got 35 in London, we'd be looking at 70 if we we're going to double our medals. We'd be looking at 16 gold, wouldn't we?
I think we're talking about
silver.
gold, double the gold medals.
So we need 16 gold. So we're putting the emphasis on gold, which I don't disagree with that. I think we should. 8
in London, 16 in Rio.
Yeah.
But
yeah, well, that's not bad. But why? Why limit that? Why aren't we saying, well, why don't we shoot for number 1?
Well, or the lot.
Yeah, the lot.
I know we can't do that because I think I'm right in saying of the 28 Olympic sports, we only have competitors in 25. But this doesn't mean that we, in categories like, obviously we don't have 8s in the rowing, but we have lots of other competitors in the rowing, so we get a lot of medals there. Sure, the 8s dip out, but we represent in 25 of the 28 sports.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's a little bit disappointing in itself. I mean, how long have we had to rectify this?
Exactly.
Exactly. Who's been asleep at the wheel? Coates?
Can I ask, who's the sports minister at the moment?
What a good question.
I mean, where is the sportsman coming out and saying Kitty Chiller's dead wrong here? We need to, as an Australians, we put in a lot of money and there's a figure. Obviously, let's say it's, I don't know what it is. Let's say it's 140 million. We put into the AIS each year and spread it around amongst the sports. 140 million. We want results.
We do.
We don't want double. We want at least quadruple the number of gold. Do you understand what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. And why hasn't there been some cost analysis done? I mean, it might have been done. I don't know. I've heard nothing from Ken Henry. I've heard nothing from Treasury. What does a gold medal cost these days? And, okay, if we want to shoot for the stars, let's say we are going for 16 gold medals, well, can we get that will 100 million cover that? I mean, surely these are the questions that have got to be asked. And then the people have got to be asked. Well, listen, people, Australians, unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, however, could I ask this? How many gold medals do you want us to win?
What an excellent question.
Do we need a department of gold medals? I mean, as Malcolm Turnbull got to, sure, he's got to find jobs for some of the more conservative wing of his party. Why not make Tony Abbott Minister for Gold Medals? All right, Tony, here's your task, here's your budget. Bring home the gold.
Now, can I go back up a bit? How many gold medals do Australians want to win?
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with me grammar, as you can see. Yeah. I'm stunned by the idea, the concept.
Yeah. Are you suggesting that as a plebiscite?
Why not? Why not? Ask the people when they went to what an opportune time it would have been the other week, a couple of weeks ago, when we all toddled off to the cardboard booths, to have a separate thing there saying how many gold medals do you want at Rio?
Yes.
And then just a box there.
You might need to quantify it. How many gold medals do you want Australia to win? A, all of them. B, 60%. See, no, you see what I mean?
Yeah, I know, because people will say, well, I don't know how many gold are up
Exactly, and you can't blame them.
No, I know, exactly. We don't know. The Minister of Sport has been derelict in this Olympic year about not putting down targets, about not being proactive. Sure, the Minister may have not had time to find the palm cards to be able to get the speech together.
Yeah,
sure, I understand that. Yeah. Busy people doing busy things, busy times, elections to worry about. Yeah. But surely a simple statement on, let's say the Channel 9 News, leading off, we'd cross over to the Minister of Sport. All they have to do is learn a number and say, this is what we'd like to see happen.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Again, who is the Minister? It can't be left to Coates all the time to do this, to go cap in hand to government and say, give us a bit more money to get a few more medals, will ya?
Yeah.
You know, that sort of thing?
Yeah. I agree with you. It's unedifying. It's
unedifying.
Unedifying for the Olympic movement to have to go cap in hand saying, please, sir, can I have a little bit more? It's all right.
And the other way round, of course.
It should be the Minister for Sport saying, Olympic Committee, how much do you need?
That's right. Where do you want to start?
Yeah.
Is your ambition best in the world?
How much is it going to cost us to beat America, to beat Russia, to beat the United Kingdom?
Yeah.
How much is it going to cost for Australia to stand on the podium alone, all the gold, all the silver, and most of the bronze?
And can I point out that you and I are dead scared that what will happen in these Olympics is the same that embarrassed us for a few days in the London Olympics where New Zealand was beating us. Can you remember that?
I do.
How embarrassed I know.
I do. I went bush.
Yeah, exactly. I couldn't find you
for
those days. And I was desperate to find anybody who could win a gold or get in front of New Zealand because they had it all over us. I think it was 3-0
I know.
at one point.
I know.
It was a South Pacific nightmare. I know we were talking about this in other media commitments this week, how we don't want that to happen. I think the main thing is never mind number one. I mean, that'll come eventually, obviously, but we've got to keep in front of New Zealand all the way through this time.
Definitely. And nobody's talking China. I mean, has Kitty Chiller said anything about, China?
She's got China in a top 5.
Has she?
As I understand.
Right.
But nothing about it.
Nothing about us sorting out China. No.
No, that's right. Look, the other thing that worries me about this is we're meant to be a nation of sporting people. I mean, it's all very well, this agile and innovation and all that sort of stuff.
Yes.
But do I see agility and innovation in the world of sport being brought to the fore?
No.
All I do is see people with augmented reality headsets on and robots filling pills into bottles. That's all I see.
I agree with you. And some half-baked dream about having a State of Origin match in Perth. You're telling me that's agile?
And now, robbers, it is time for Coach's Cat Flap, a regular powwow with the biggest brains of sport.
Yes, the Cat Flap's open, and our special guest this week is Scott Westcott in a couple of minutes. But before we come to Scott, coaching at Origin level, and obviously the Origin this week overshadows a little bit of our chat this week on We Was Robbed. But Brett Kenny, the former Blue great, And let me just set out Brett's record for you. He won 4 NRL premierships with the 1980s Parramatta Dream Team. He's the only player to score 2 tries in 3 grand finals, and he had another 2 disallowed. Well, he had he had 2 disallowed. He represented New South Wales, Australia, won a Challenge Cup at Wigan in the UK, and is a Golden Boot winner as the best player in the world.
Yes, that's right.
So he's had success at coaching in rugby league level. Now, he's putting his hand up to coach New South Wales, that is the Blues rugby league team, for free.
Wow.
He said he'd only be paid if they won.
Ah, an incentive model.
Yes, let me come into camp and help breathe some fire and some new match play into the boys, cover my travel costs, and you can pay me when we win. He said the idea came from his wife, Susan Kenny, who's in New South Wales, a real estate agent. Yeah. She said to Brett one night over a cup of tea, I only get paid when I sell. Why don't you offer the Blues, the Blues camp, the same deal?
Right.
Simple as that, really. Kenny said he is simply...
Great idea, yeah.
It's a simple idea, great idea.
Often the simple ideas are the great ideas. Yep.
Now,
Kenny
says he is simply sick and tired of watching a contest revered for its evenness descend in a lopsided decade New South Wales has endured. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with it, I think I'm right in saying Queensland have won
10 out of 11 years.
Sorry, 10 out of 11 years. So it is a bit lopsided. It's sort of like Hawthorn. The competition's so even, the same team wins it all the time.
Yeah.
Now, something has to change. I'm happy to jump in and help Laurie Daly out. Maybe it's time to bring back some former New South Wales winners and impart some old heads on young shoulders to get some winning thinking in the team. We just can't sit back and keep losing. Kenny is extremely frustrated, as thousands of Blues fans, and he said he just wants to get in there and get the boys back on top. Now, could a simple idea, as you point out, like gravity, work in the Blues' favour?
Yeah.
Look,
I didn't realise that the coaching of the New South Wales Blues was a paid position. You mean Laurie's been copping a whack for this 3 times a year?
He gets good seats in the house. I'm not sure how much he is paid.
Right.
But why not make it an honorary position?
Yeah.
I mean, has the Minister of Sport said anything about this?
No, total silence from the Minister of Sport on this one. But actually, wasn't there I mean, thinking back here, wasn't there a concept some years ago that were called the Nuzwals, the New South Wales Origin Legends?
I don't know.
And they were to plug in and just be available there. You know, let's say the boys are in Coffs Harbour training with Laurie, that the Nuzwals would be like in the car park, sitting in cars, or
prepared to have a chat to say
just there in case someone had a question.
You
know, Aaron Woods might have a question for, I don't know,
Well, let's say Aaron Woods, he's a prop. He might have a question for an old prop, like maybe Blocker Roach.
Hey, Block.
Yeah.
You remember when...
What do I do when this happens?
Yes.
Should I hit him?
Yeah.
Or, they're camped in they're camped on our 10-metre line for 6 tackles. They get 6 more. Where should I position myself in relation to, say, Cooper Cronk?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All sorts of questions.
And some would say, I'm not a bit overwhelmed by it, got nerves. Nerves are robbing me of energy.
Yes.
What can I do about it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. And obviously the 5/8 would go to Brett Kenny if Brett was in the car there. And Brett, can I have a word? Can I sit in there with you for a minute, mate? Yeah, good. Yeah, all right. We've got 20 minutes to go. We're on the 4th tackle. We're 10 down. Where do I kick? Where do I kick?
Yeah, that's right. Should I take the 2?
Yeah. All sorts of questions. I think it's a great idea to have this fabulous resource.
Human resource.
And when the concept was first explained to me of the Nuzwals, because I think the Queenslanders have fogs, don't they? The former Origin greats.
That's right, the fogs.
And I think the fogs are always...
They're always in the car park.
Loitering. With the idea of helping out if needs be.
Yeah, even in a match day.
Yeah.
They just sit in the car park from 9 o'clock. And the boys come in the bus, and all of a sudden, I just don't feel right.
Yeah.
Sit in the car for a while.
Yeah.
Often that's where some of their best work's done, in terms of preparation.
Yeah. But
are you suggesting the Nuzwals go into camp with the team, or is that too much?
No, well, I don't know if it's too much. But be there just 24 hours a day in case someone needs them. But would the Nuzwals have to be paid to go and sit in the car park?
Right.
How are they going to get there? Do they get
Well, I think-
has the Minister for Sport said, well, I'll give them some cab charges or
Well,
organise a bus or something or give them an Opal pass to get on a train?
I think Brett's suggesting that travel's the only thing he wants to be paid for.
Right.
Which is fair enough, but there used to be an event where something like a blue ball, like a event,
Yeah, I
night
like
out.
this, a blue ball. What, and all the
Everybody comes in dressed in
Niswals
blue.
are there,
All the Niswals are there
dressed up to the nines. I love seeing rugby league players in
suits.
Suits, yeah.
Now, this raised money. I think it was a profit-making
yes.
thing, not just a break-even thing, an NGO.
For a charity, actually, like the New South Wales Greyhound Industry or something like that.
Probably, in the current circumstances, it would be shared around. But I think it raised money for the Niswals.
Who'd fallen on dark times.
Correct.
Correct.
Hard
good.
times. Some of that money should be given to Niswals who are prepared to sit in the car park. Now, who would be providing these cars? A sponsor?
Well, couldn't we organise a sort of a Niswal carpool? Because you might find Brett Kenny has got
a car.
Well, let's say he's got a Hyundai. Let's say he's got a Hi-Ace or something like that. He's got a people mover. He might be able to take 4 or 5
of the Niswals.
of the Niswals. He'd pick them up.
Yeah.
If they agreed to meet. Well, all right, Bert will be
At Central Station.
Yeah, we'll be at Pierce's Corner.
Yeah. That'll do. At 9 o'clock on Monday morning, ready to go up to Coffs for camp.
If you swing by, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll arrive about the same time as the players who'll be catching the 11 o'clock up.
Yeah.
On the plane.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I haven't done the maths right there, but
No,
what
I
mean.
know what you mean. But what comfort it would be to Laurie and the team, knowing there was this great resource
I know, this incredible
just sitting in the car park.
It might be a resource that had 800 games experience
Yeah,
at this
at least
level.
at this level.
Yeah, at this level.
Yes. Yeah.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And why? do you
That's
think-
right. And each night, obviously the boys are going to move from the car park. They'll probably go into the facility and have a couple of beers.
Yeah.
Well, that's when they'd really loosen up, wouldn't they? That
True.
would be great to you could be 1-on-1 or 1-on-5. Just imagine you're there, a young kid who's just been selected,
Yeah, first
and you're
match-
there talking to 5 Blues legends.
I know. It'd do your head in, wouldn't it?
It would totally do your head in, probably intimidate you, and you couldn't play.
Bandits and outlaws, this is Radio on the Run, and you are packing down with repeat offenders on We Was Robbed.
Anyway, look, what's great, Roy, is you'll be joining us next Saturday morning.
Next
with
Saturday,
Chris
I can't
away.
wait. It's going to be another huge week.
We'll see you then. Thanks for being part of the Robbers crew this morning. Bye now.
That's it for this week, robbers. The boys will be back next Saturday from 8 a.m. Remember, you can relive all the action by heading to our website, kindling.com.au. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's Saturday morning. The shorts are up, the mouthguard is in, and the oranges are cut. That means it's time for Chris Taylor and H.G. Nelson to hook into a winning grin on We Was Robbed.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and welcome to We Was Robbed for another week. As the immortal Chris Taylor would say, is it that time again? It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen, and sadly, I've got to say right off the top of the show that I hope you all got the email, by the way, suggesting that Chris Taylor was away for a couple of weeks. If that's the sad news, the good news is I'm able to introduce to the Kindling Radio audience a colleague in league of mine for many, many years, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, welcome to Kindling. Welcome to We Was Robbed. A couple of highlights from your week to get us underway.
Well, thank you very much, H.G. Nelson, and it's such a pleasure and a privilege to share the booth with you on what is a marvellous day and a marvellous weekend and a marvellous opportunity for Australian sport. And aren't we stamping ourselves again across the world? We only have to look at the US Masters, which I hope we have time to do. And speaking of the US Masters, it occurred to me just on my way in this morning, just who is the forgotten man of Australian golf? Some were suggesting Greg Norman. Well, sadly, I can remember Greg. and actually quite well, and we're celebrating 20 years of a famous meltdown, which we might get to a little bit later on. Ian Baker Finch was mentioned as well in passing, and I can well remember him. Or is it Mark Hensby? And now it becomes a little bit clearer, because, the thing is, even when Mark was in his pomp, I didn't remember him then, even when he was standing in front of me with a golf club in his hand. People said, "Who's that? Who was that? Who was that?" Mark Hensby. So we celebrate Mark Hensby as well. Now, another question. I'm throwing a lot of questions out today. I don't know why. How will history remember Shane Watson? Now, statistically, he is our 29th best all-rounder of all time.
Wow.
Is that how he'll be remembered?
The 29th?
The 29th. I suspect he will be remembered as
Is that Wisden approved?
Yeah.
That number?
Yeah. And Deloitte. And Deloitte approved.
Cricket Info?
Yeah, that's it. So congratulations, Watto, on what's been a stellar career. I mean, who wouldn't be happy to put the boots away knowing you're the 29th best in history? Now, what is wrong with Adam Scott? Another question. He's worried. I know he's worried that his opportunities for majors may be evaporating.
Is that his word?
That's his word. And I think he's right. These opportunities, they don't come around very often, HG.
Once a year.
Once a year. And he's 36 now. He's the Hackett age. And when you're the Hackett age, things happen. Now, on good news, however, and this isn't a question, this is a statement. Daria Gavrilova is to make her Fed Cup debut, and I know a lot of people will be relieved that we now have a pretty formidable Fed Cup tennis team when you match up Daria with, of course, our great Sam Stosur, and that really has got the intimidating factor about it now with that team. And just finally, HG, just as a bit of a thought starter, is Canterbury Bankstown Bulldog Josh Reynolds a grub? Which begs the question, do our great games need grubs?
We Was Robbed is a hot bath for the bruisers after the full-time hooter on Kindling Kids Radio.
Yes, and if you want to get involved this morning, and I think we're in school holidays in some parts of Australia, and so there may be more chance to get involved than often when youngsters are off in the boot of the car to a sporting fixture. So if you do want to get involved with maybe a question for the panel today, we'll take all questions today, unlike when Chris is here, when we're very, very focused. That number is 0437 665 200. 0437 665 200. Or, if you want to, 1800 Kids Radio. There's an easier one, 1800 Kids Radio. So we'd love to take any thoughts that you might have on any of the topics that we're discussing today, or the question, which I think is an excellent question to start with, is Mark Hensby still the Australia's forgotten golfer? But let's start with rugby league, Roy.
All right.
And rugby league, we're in about 6 weeks into the competition, and last night the Roosters had a big win over Souths. And
What a monkey off their back. That one, I think, the worst start since about 1924.
Is that right?
I think so.
24.
Yeah,
and of course they were a bit unlucky in a couple of matches. I think it's fair to say, I mean, I'm not taking away the fabulous wins by other teams, but they had a couple of close ones, and last week against the Warriors. Now, the new innovation, the big new innovation in rugby league this year is the bunker.
Yeah.
And I think I led people astray initially when I talked about this, imagining the bunker was a mobile thing that went around to each ground. So the bunker could be, say, at Shark Park or at, the Sydney Football Stadium or the Sydney Cricket Ground or Melbourne for the Melbourne Storm, etc. Yep. But it's not. It's a centrally located facility, I think in the suburb of Redfern in Sydney. And all the feeds from all the games come into there, and they have a series of boffins, rugby league boffins, looking at all this television to try and work out whether that's a try or whether that was obstruction or whether that was a forward pass or whether that was a knock-on. Now, Gus Gould, the professor of rugby league at Penrith University, he says, for instance, it's out of control.
Yeah.
He's saying that the only thing the video referee should be allowed to deal with are black and white. For instance, whether a foot or the ball touches the sideline,
Yep.
or to check that the ball has been properly grounded.
Yep.
He says, ever since we introduced technology into rugby league, it has spun out of control. The horses bolted on this. They'll never go backwards on this ridiculous video refereeing journey. It's a shame because I think video refereeing and the way it is used is a blight on our game. No one can convince me otherwise. At the same time, he believes a bigger bunker would help. Now, these are two conflicting ideas. Where do you stand on the bunker, Roy?
Well, I was happy with upstairs. I don't know what the difference is between upstairs and the bunker, to be honest. You know, when something went upstairs, it filled me with comfort. I thought, oh, well, at least we're going to get, honesty and transparency. But now it's a bunker. A bunker suggests to me blinkered and underground. You know what I mean? There's no clarity in a bunker. Now, can it be rebadged?
Well,
can we call it upstairs? Just call it upstairs, and people have a clear idea of what's going on. I mean, someone sort of close to God in a way. Someone who has the overview. You know what I mean? But yes, whereas a bunker, man, I don't like it at all. Now, just instinctively, I reel from that.
And can I ask whether
grubs live in bunkers?
Now, can I ask, with the federal election looming, and I know young people want to get issues up, do you think a bunker probe would be a good idea as a idea for one of the parties?
Yeah. Well, see, in my understanding, HG, up until last year, upstairs was at the ground.
That's right. That's my understanding.
That was my understanding, and so I think it's important for decision makers to actually be at the ground. Because there's so much more than just, a foot into touch or black and white. How do you judge a forward pass? What you miss if you're not at the ground is what I call nuance. Nuance and feel. And the great referees of rugby league, from Cole Pearce onwards, they've always had that nuance, that feel for the game, and it's an electric thing. It's a chemical thing. HG, you pick it up from the crowd as much as anything else. That sense of nuance, where the game's going, and I know it's a difficult. See, it's nothing is black and white in rugby league.
No, true.
I mean, rugby league has always defied science.
This is a colouring in book without any pictures or coloured pencils. This is We Was Robbed.
And Craig Moorbank's been quick off the mark. Roy, he's chimed in on the bunker debate, and he says it suggests some sort of military efficiency, and he likes it. He also uses the word stealth.
Stealth.
Now, stealth in rugby league.
Wow, yeah.
It sounds like the mousetrap move.
Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah. No, I get that. Look, and I like any military involvement with rugby league. I mean, it's a natural. It's a natural fit, isn't it? I mean, who can... I always love when the military bring the ball, for example, in a helicopter.
To the grand final.
To the grand final. Yeah, but I always think, they must be the boys from upstairs, not the boys from the bunker. You know what I mean?
No, I get you. I certainly get it. And I'm just wondering if...
Is the bunker any faster than upstairs? I mean, upstairs used to be a bit of a handbrake on the game. Has the bunker... is it efficient?
Well, look, can I just say that many people listening to this program this morning will be familiar in tennis of Hawkeye. Now, Hawkeye is incredibly quick in tennis.
God, yes.
The trouble with cricket is Snicko and I forget what else.
Oh, it was cricket, Snicko, yeah.
Yeah, and they've got that LBW one, which I forget what he's called, or she's called.
Yeah. Yep.
And so people are now starting to get, and of course the AFL's got score review, and when it hits the post, it's fairly quick. Yeah. But when it's off the fingers or touched, it takes a lot longer.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we're getting used to this thing where the game is stretched out not by more play, but by more officialdom.
Well, we don't have to end up like
NFL.
Yeah, gridiron.
Yeah, gridiron.
I mean, there you can have a simple game take about 4 or 5 days. Well, that's no way to run a competition. I fear this is the way we're heading. So upstairs I was happy with.
Now, look, still with rugby league and I don't want to get insidious about this, but it appears that Most states in Australia are undergoing an infrastructure boom. I think this is just soaking up a lot of the leftover energy and skill from the mining boom.
Yeah.
We're tunnelling, we're putting up roads, we're extending freeways, we're doing all that, and we've gone stadium mad in New South Wales, actually.
Well, I think Premier Baird has a very ambitious
building program.
Yes, I think there are a number of stadia he wants to build. I heard 50.
50. This, of course, comes on the back, and a lot of the discussion comes on the back of information coming out of the Eddie Maguire Institute, our number one infrastructure authority, which suggests they want to rebuild the MCG precinct by adding more stadia there.
Yeah, good.
Stadia. And, of course, New South Wales, in its attempt to keep up, is redeveloping Parramatta Stadium.
Good.
I think they're hoping to get up to a $300 million redevelopment of PeerTech Stadium. It's sadly set to wipe out the long-standing pool on the edge of the city, and there's no plans to build a replacement. That's the nutshell of the argument. Obviously, the existing stadium has butted up against it at one end. A beautiful complex of pools where many Olympians have obviously trained over the years. Now the idea is to fill in the pools and build a grandstand and obviously parking and food outlets and etc. there.
Yeah.
No suggestion that the Parramatta people are going to get one, and yet they're spending, as nearly as I can tell, $8 million on the upgrade. They're going to go up to they're adding 5,000 more seats. This will be home for the Parramatta Eels, the Western Wanderers, etc.
Yep.
Roy, this is an absolute outrage, isn't it?
Well, it's not right, is it? I mean, the whole idea of this, of innovation, as I call it. Innovation and development of infrastructure. I mean, you don't put in some infrastructure to remove other infrastructure, which is just as vitally important.
Vitally important.
It is vitally important for the city of Parramatta to have a pool. Now, this is the only pool, and I think it was given an $8 million upgrade about 3 years ago.
That appears to be the case.
Yes. Now, it's a case of the left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing. I mean, this smacks of madness to me. Surely, we have some of the most extraordinary architects in the world. Surely it's not impossible to have what I'd call a sympathetic upgrade of Parramatta Stadium that would enhance the pool as well, and to raise awareness of the pool, so that when you go to see your rugby league, or when you go to see your football, that you walk past the pool. And how many kids, would say, Dad, Mum, can I have a swim? Can I come to this pool? I'd like to see what my time's like, say, for the 200 metres breaststroke, for example. You know what I mean? That's the way dreams are made. That's the way sportsmen are created. It's seeing these things. If we limit this stadium just to rugby league and football, it's the exclusion of swimming.
No, it's a nonsense, isn't it?
It's a nonsense.
Yeah, and you're a great believer the collapse of Australian tennis is to do with the collapse of courts.
Yes. Yes.
You're outraged, I know about this. I don't want you to get started on that. And I made a mistake there. You're absolutely right. The redevelopment is going to cost $300 million.
Yes.
It was given $8 million a little while ago. Now, let's think about this. Obviously, grandstands extend
upwards.
Can we build a biosphere for the pool underneath on which the grandstand could rest? I mean, I'm no architect, but, you can see where we're going with this.
Exactly.
We can keep both.
Yeah.
We can keep both. We can dovetail them together. We can use one to support the other.
Actually, all we need is good Australian steel. For rolled steel joists of significant size, load-bearing wise, to be able to take the structure of the seating over the pool. Now, that can be done.
And steel's been in the news this week.
I know
with the problems in Whyalla.
I know it has. Wouldn't it be best for the designers of the architects for the new stadium to go to Whyalla
and
ask and say, look, can you build us a big bloody piece of steel? This by this by this. Now they're going to scratch their heads and either say yes or no. But chances are they're going to leap at the opportunity.
We was robbed. Winner of the 2016 Golden Fang. Sadly, it was lost on protest, and you heard it here on Kindling Radio.
Before the break, we heard Peter Gabriel and Sledgehammer, an oldie but a goldie here at Kindling Radio. And if you want to get involved with the program this morning, 0437 665 200. That's 0437 665 200. Give us a text or just simply dial up 1800 Kids Radio. Now, Roy, I've left this story a little bit because I wanted to get your thoughts on the science behind all of this. And, I've got to say I wanted the dust to settle a little bit as well. Now, Liam Knight, the rugby league gun from the Manly Warringah Sea Eagles, he was pulled over by the police. I think he might have been driving 137 in a 70-kilometre zone at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Obviously tested positive.
Tested positive, you mean to alcohol?
Alcohol, yes, alcohol, yes. But he managed to get his hands on some insect repellent and sprayed it into his mouth after being arrested. While in the back of the police car, Knight allegedly grabbed a can of insect repellent and sprayed it into his mouth. The police said once he got back to the station, he asked to go to the toilet and was told he had to do a breath test first. Now, Knight allegedly had a very big high alcohol blood reading or blood alcohol reading, licence suspended, etc., etc., etc. Now, Roy, could that work? Obviously, we wouldn't be recommending any of these things to children necessarily, but, if you wanted to mask overindulgence, could insect repellent help? Or is it just a desperate act of a mad person?
Well, I don't know. Well, I suppose if you're desperate, you grab anything at hand, don't you? We can be thankful in Liam's case that it was something as benign as fly tox. I mean, it could have been a can of bleach or something.
Yes, or Ratsack.
Or Ratsack, which would have had
systemic problems.
Absolutely disastrous effects.
Yes.
Now, I'm a little confused, though, H.G. Was the fly tox in the police car or was the fly tox in his own car?
I can only report what I've got in front of me here from, I think it might have been the Daily Telegraph, the Murdoch Press.
Well, they usually get their facts right.
While in the back of the police car, Knight allegedly grabbed...
Oh, in the back of the police car?
Yeah,
now, what was the police... Why did the police car have fly tox there, knowing it could damage someone?
Well, within reach
yes.
of people they've just recently arrested who may not be in the best state of mind.
No.
They may be thinking, I'm in trouble here. I'm a Manly single. I'm meant to be a role model. Here I am driving at 1 o'clock in the morning, 130-odd Ks, yet to be proved. Yeah. Anyway, in the 70-kilometre zone, I'm away with the fairies, if you understand what I mean. I'm not thinking straight. All of a sudden, the fly spray, let's use some of this. In she goes, squirt.
Look, I think this is a bit of a joke with the coppers, They have terrific senses of humour. I'm sure one of them brought it along and said, well, listen, I bet you, if we, nick anyone a little bit over the limit, put them in the back seat here, I'll bet you they go for the tox.
We Was Robbed is the voice of victory when everything is lost on the Big K. Kindling Radio.
Right. Now, Warren Negus, who often texts us on We Was Robbed, just said, why aren't we talking about golf? While, Warren, now's your chance. Mm-hmm. Let's start with the Earls. The Earls tilt at Augusta. And, people do put enormous pressure on themselves when they have to hit a still ball. And those who have seen this vision, and kids, if you're obviously holidays now, watching the vision come in from Augusta, you'll be up early following the tilts of, our great Adam Scott and Jason Day. But the Earls tilt, have a look at it on the highlights reel of Augusta, because he goes to the first hole, he gets onto the green, and then, again, sanity leaves him.
Yeah. He forgot where he was.
He forgot where he was, yes.
Yeah. And look, I have read about it in days gone by, H.G. I did read of people getting into a mind space where you literally cannot see the hole anymore. You don't know where it is. You've got a vague idea because you think, I was aiming for here, so it's got to be around here somewhere. And often golfers are unwilling to admit this to their caddy, to say to them, listen, now, Butch, come here. Man, I can't see the hole anymore. Where is it? Can you help me? They're not inclined to do that. So, really, what we saw was Ernie Els, the Big Easy, the big blind guy, looking for a hole.
I know.
And it was so sad. Mercifully, his sight came back, and by the time he got to the second hole, he was seeing him again. He could see where the hole was. But just for that moment, and that must cloud your view going forward.
It must.
Actually, you imagine what it's like every now and again. I mean, it'd be like let's say Mark Scaife. Every now and again forgot where the road was.
Or couldn't see
Well,
a
it's only
corner.
got to happen once, and you think, wow, confidence, where's it gone? Because golf, above anything else, is a confidence game. You know it, I know it.
I know, yeah,
Adam
true.
Scott knows it.
Yeah.
And now Ernie Els knows it. I don't think he ever knew that before.
No, that's true. The Big Easy, of course, afterwards had two great things. He said to the interviewer, when asked what happened, he said, "Have you ever played the game?" Meaning only those who've been there understand.
Oh, well, that's in part true.
And he described his mental state as just a bunch of snakes, which bears out your thoughts. Sort of a
bunch of snakes.
A bunch of snakes.
Yeah, well, that's poetic, isn't it? I mean, this is a man who's look. It's not as if you're blind. It's not as if Ernie Els was blind on the first.
He just couldn't see.
Couldn't see the hole.
Yeah.
And there's a difference.
Yeah.
It's as if his mind is saying, "Enough, Ernie.
Yeah, stop.
Yeah, stop. The hole means nothing, man."
Do you think, though, that the caddy should have some sort of magic sponge or magic spray when he sees the blindness descend like the red mist? He
Yeah.
goes up and squirts him in the face with a fly top?
Fly tox, exactly. Yeah, something like. I mean, the caddy should have known.
I know, the caddy saw it.
When he'd missed that, it was about 18 centimetres, 18 centimetre putt. Once he'd done that and missed it by a significant amount, that was the time for the caddy to step in and say, "Big Easy, Big Easy, man.
Come back
here for the spray."
Obviously, Jason Day didn't have the best of rounds.
No, well, his back's gone.
And now in the second round, that was in the first round. Now in the second round, he is in trouble with his back.
Yeah, well,
And
this happened frequently in the last few tournaments.
I know.
His back goes wobbly.
And it must put enormous pressure on the lower back golf. Obviously, it affects the mind and the lower back. And I was taken by a beautiful think piece by Jim Tucker, who writes beautifully about Augusta. He said to him, Day lay bare just how far he'd come in the 5 years, saying he felt like giving golf away on the eve of his first Masters in 2011 when sitting in the family motorhome parked across from Augusta National. I had my agent, my wife, the sports psychologist and Roy, and we're sitting there and I'm like, I'm just having a very hard time picking up a golf club or even to enjoy myself out there.
Yeah.
He said, we came to the conclusion of just saying this might be the last Masters I ever played. This is 5 years ago, so I might as well enjoy it. So I went out there and finished second, and then I loved the game again. Well, who wouldn't? It's an emotional highs and lows in the game of golf, and there are times when you're going through very, very rough times and when you're hating the game.
Yeah.
Then you're thinking about getting rid of the caddies and the coaches and the agents and sometimes the wives. That wasn't me, trust me. You have to pull your whole team together tighter around you. I'm glad I got through it, and now I'm sitting here on top of the world as number one. Mercifully, Roy, you've tipped him into a new motorhome at the Masters precinct. It's decked out with multiple plasma, TV, shower, back-projecting bed. I assume that's protecting bed, I should say. Full-size fridge and a room for the kids.
It's a bit like the bunker.
Where he looks at
He's
golf.
got feeds coming in from all over the place.
How was he that night when you were there and he thought about...
Look, I was worried about him, I must admit. He's such a lovely fellow. He's a great Australian. Don't forget that. And he's a great Australian golfer.
And ambassador.
And he's an ambassador for golf, and an ambassador for Australian golf, in the Australian style. The new Australian style, not the old Australian style pioneered by the Great White Shark. But I knew he was such an intrinsically honest person with himself. I mean, if anything, he's too honest.
Too honest, yes.
And I said to him, I slapped him about the face for a little while, and then threatened the fly tox. And I said, listen, fella, you're being too honest. Golf doesn't reward honesty.
No.
Look at Tiger Woods.
Get in on all the action. Email us. It's robbers@kindling.com.au.
Let's go back into time 20 years ago when Australia's number one golfer in those days was Greg Norman, known as the Great White Shark. And at Augusta, in the final round, he led, I think, by 6 strokes going into it. and he played Nick Faldo, the great British golfer, and sadly, it wasn't the Sharks' best day with the clubs, and he lost by 4 shots in the end, so a 10-shot turnaround. And Nick Faldo's on record as saying it was the first and only time Nick Faldo felt sorry for an opponent.
Yeah.
And perhaps that says it all on the 20th anniversary of what's described as the most heart-wrenching Masters.
Yeah.
And let's face it, there's been a few heart-wrenching moments at the Masters. And Nick Faldo's, who I understand is in the bunker calling it for CBS, said, in a think piece this week, he said, time flies, it's scary. I looked at the clubs the other day and thought, oh, hell, it's 20 years since I was swinging those. It still seems so fresh in the mind. And then you wonder where you'll be in 20 more years. Yeah. So there is a negative to all this reflection. And I like the fact that 1996 has been parked in sporting history.
Well, isn't that beautiful?
I know, that's poetry. That's what golf produces, doesn't it?
It does.
People do get poetic about the game.
They do. They do. And, it was a remarkable day that day. I described it as the day the world stopped.
When you put that up on a blog, I think you put up 150,000 words initially.
Yeah.
Did you get much response to it? Did people respond to the day the world stopped?
Yeah, I was overwhelmed by the response. So, all I could do was I spent the day consoling people. Wherever I went, people were despondent. I'd visit schools, and kids were in tears, obviously. And I just had to say to them, kids, every now and again there's a dark day. Mm-hmm. But when you've hit the bottom, there's only one way to go.
That's back up.
And that's back up.
But it broke the shark, didn't it? I think it
did. I don't think he ever recovered.
No, your blog, How I Broke the Shark.
Yeah.
Great response to that.
well, that's right. I mean, even now when I see Greg, and I'd see Greg, I don't know, maybe once every 2 years or so, I always say to him, Augusta, Greg, have you gotten over it yet, mate? Have you bounced big? How big's your boat? And the thing is, it doesn't matter how big his boat gets. I did say, look, Sharky, you could build a boat that was as big as, let's say the prow is here and the back of it's on Mars. It's not going to take away a 10-shot turnaround.
That very awkward silence is the sound of losing. Seldom heard on We Was Robbed.
And just a bit of a gap filler topic here, Roy. You and I went to Mildura for the racing on Monday, and we're thrilled when a husband and wife team, Dean Yendall and Christine Pools, managed to dead heat in a race. Yeah. Look, Yendall was on the favourite, Worthington, took the lead around the 100-metre mark, and Pools on board the front runner, Welsh Poet, and was able to hang, it was sort of nip and tuck all the way down the straight, and they dead heated on the line. Dean said, I thought she had the measure of me getting the 50-metre, but my horse dug deep, and I thought actually I had her on the line, but just happy to share it, I guess. His missus, on the other hand, said, I'm not happy to share it at all. Actually, I thought I had it all the way too, but the last 50, mine probably just had enough.
Yeah.
Had enough.
Yeah.
Now, I can't remember this happening.
Nor can I.
And I've looked in records, and as nearly as I can tell, this may have happened in South America once,
really?
But I have no...
What, a husband and wife team?
Husband and wife team dead heating in a race. Yeah. I have no real information about that and solid, but this is a hell of an achievement.
It is, isn't it?
You and I got fantastic odds on the chance of it happening.
I know. I was astounded. I couldn't believe it. I had a look at my account and I said to you, what's happened? Did that come off?
Yeah, that's right. Do you, this was obviously something that people on course will be remembering to their grandkids.
Well, they will. Look, there's a film in it.
A film?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
I mean, I just think, the story writes itself in so many ways. They say I do, they're married, everything's going sort of, up and down, normal. Racing-wise. You ready, love? Let's go. That sort of stuff.
In the car, driving the course, bit of shayaking.
Yeah.
Who are you on today in the third? Well, I'm on Welsh Poet, and who are you on, Worthington? Hadn't got a hope.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff.
That sort of stuff.
First couple of races, maybe a couple of ventures and misadventures there.
Sure.
And then
in slow-mo.
With music.
Yeah. that last, say, 50 metres.
And maybe they, normal time until they hit the turn and then goes into slow-mo and one of those phase shifts.
Yeah. That's right.
With the wriggly lines.
Yeah.
Now.
I mean, it's a great story. You can rope in, the uncles and relatives and
people who got on
exactly.
like you and me.
Yeah.
Now, can I ask, casting-wise, Dean Yendall and, Christine Pools, who can you see, is this Papa Kate Blanchett as Christine?
Well, she might be a little larger. You can do anything with
dig a trench.
Yeah, of course, with CGI. Yeah, look, Kate would be marvellous.
Yeah.
She'd be great. I don't know about Russell, maybe.
For Dean,
yeah.
he might have to slim off a bit. I don't mean to be unkind, but
but CGI. I mean, you can do anything.
Isn't that a tremendous? It's the pairing that Australian cinema's been crying out for.
Well, Australian cinema has seen it before. I think she played Maid Marian to his Robin Hood.
Correct. Sorry, I'd overlooked.
Not a great film.
Yeah,
but
that's why I didn't see it.
But they gave it a red hot go.
Yes.
They did. And there's no reason why you couldn't see them as a couple of jockeys.
We Was Robbed is the siren sound of success here on Kindling Kids Radio.
And before that lot of information, we had the Cat Empire and Hello on We Was Robbed. And some people may be wondering where the champ is today, Chris Taylor. He's got a couple of weeks off, and over the next couple of weeks, rampaging Roy Slaven has stepped into the Kindling Radio booth to join me on the Robbers Heists. Roy, this is tremendous news this week that a wave pool is to be built, and I understand this is the first surfing lagoon in the Southern Hemisphere. It's going to be built near Melbourne Airport. A Perth-based Wave Park Group announced midweek that they're subleasing 7.1 hectares adjacent to the Essendon Football Club home base at Tullamarine, and they're planning to build a wave park, 320-metre pool, which can produce 0.6 half a metre to almost 2 metre waves, with rides lasting up to 32 seconds. As it would go with any wave pool, really. There's a licensed cafe, function centre, climbing wall, parkour trail, bouldering course, mountain bike pump track, running track and a surf training academy. According to Wave Park Group founder Andrew Ross, they are bringing waves to the people. Obviously, you don't have any problems with sharks, and the facility will use the same technologies as Surf Snowdonia Wave Garden in Wales, which recently hosted an international contest. Obviously, you can surf at night, pretty safe area to surf in. If you got into trouble, people will be able to fish you out. The lagoon can hold 68 surfers at any one time, 16 on the advanced, 8 on the intermediate and 44 beginners, and they expect to attract 300,000 paying customers a year. Now, if I do the maths right, that's 1,000 a day. Some days they're going to be rushed off their feet.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think of the plans?
Well, I love the concept.
I know, the concept's incredible.
It is incredible, isn't it? Why wasn't we thought of this before?
Is this part of the agile, innovative economy?
It must be.
We're talking about
It must
the
be.
new economy, the new Australia.
Yeah.
Mining boom's over. Waves, welcome.
Yes. I mean, what an exciting idea. Look, my only concern is that it may not be quite big enough.
For the demand?
Well, for international competition.
Yeah.
Obviously the future of surfing lies inland. This is abundantly clear to me. It wasn't until about 30 seconds ago, but it's now abundantly clear to me since hearing of this story. As the sea temperature increases, I think we're experiencing sea temperatures now that are breaking all sorts of records. I put my toe in the water just yesterday on the eastern seaboard, and it was 25 degrees. Oh. Well, that's unheard of. Oh. Absolutely unheard of. What this does is make sharks more aggressive. So it's no surprise that we've had an outbreak of,
shark attacks.
Vic Hislop was correct. We should have wiped them out years ago, and why don't we do? That's something else we could do. We've got two things we can do. We can either wipe out all the sharks in the world, so it's safe to conduct surfing competitions, or we can build a surf inland. Mm-hmm. Now, I would like to see a facility where you could have waves, maybe 7 or 8 metres high.
Wow.
Really big.
Like
waves.
Waimea Bay in December.
Yeah. Well, you could just, you could literally with your computer
No,
program,
you would.
just program, well, all right, Hawaii, 1935, September the 8th. You know, so you don't know what you're going to get. You know, it's just a surprise for each of the... the service have just got to adjust to the conditions. I mean, it's not beyond our ken to do this, HG.
That's true.
I think it'd be fantastic, and export that to the world. I mean, the Russians would love it.
The Russians would love it.
You know, can you imagine in Beirut how much they'd love it? I mean, God Almighty, it could go anywhere.
It could. Mars. Now, look, they have to use 25 megalitres of water. Will be required to replenish the lagoon, which is almost twice as large as the Melbourne Cricket Ground. I think they mean the lagoon, not the volume of water.
Right.
And apropos of your
How
point...
interesting hearing water described in volume in terms of MCGs.
I know.
We're so used to hearing it in terms of
swimming pools.
Sydney harbours.
Yeah, Sydney harbours.
Yeah.
Now, look, yesterday at Margaret River, I think they had to cancel the surfing due to shark interest in the participants.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right, and I hadn't quite made the connection between warmer water and inland surfing.
No.
I understood the shark part, but
yeah.
inland surfing.
Yeah.
And look...
What an exciting idea.
Yes. Just the only thing that worries you is the Essendon connection.
Well, there's no... Well, the Bombers aren't going to be hanging around, are they?
And now, robbers, it is time for Coach's Cat Flap, a regular powwow with the biggest brains of sport.
Roy, the Waratahs, the New South Wales Waratahs, are in a bit of trouble. We used to say, what about those Tars? Well, we can say that with earnestness today. Their season, according to Darren Walton midweek, goes on the line against the Brumbies, I think, next weekend.
A local derby.
A local derby. Now, both sides have had, obviously, a weekend off. They've been given a weekend to think about what they're doing. And the Waratahs... well, after dispiriting round 6 defeats, the Waratahs host, obviously, the Brumbies, at Allianz Stadium next Saturday. Remember, of course, the Waratahs were the 2014 champions, and they can virtually kiss their finals hopes goodbye if they lose to the Brumbies. And they lost to the Brumbies 32-15 in round 2. Israel Folau, one of their key players, said it's going to be huge. Could determine a lot of things. We want to turn a lot of things around, but I think there's too much talk at the moment. We've just got to go out in the paddock and, do it on the paddock. You understand? Too much talk.
Wise words they are.
Now, Daryl Gibson, and I open brackets here with a warning, Daryl Gibson, open brackets, a former All Black centre, close brackets. He's accustomed to crisp ball handling and was livid with the execution recently. And then Israel Folau went on after he spoke to Daryl, the former All Black, and said, we've got to really have a good hard look at ourselves. Just fundamental errors let us down. You don't really need to do any training for that. It's just simple. And then he said, and this alarmed me, in a Daryl Gibson coach side, Israel Folau said, not everyone's on the same page. He went on to say, not everyone's on the same page in terms of confidence. There's probably half the guys have that self-belief in themselves and the ability that they can play, and maybe the other guys aren't feeling that way. Now, Roy, there's two issues there. Look at themselves and on the same page. And I put to you that the steps in improvement of a rugby league, rugby union, any sort of team game is you start off with a wake-up call. I think they've had the wake-up call against the Brumbies in round 2.
Yes, well, 32-15 was a wake-up call.
Then they go to have a good hard look at themselves, which they've got. Then they're on the same page. Then at some point they've got to draw a line in the sand. Then after that they have to step up as a team. And if all that fails, they've got to press the panic button. Is that how you see the progression back to winning a winning culture? Winning culture.
Pretty much, pretty much. Look, I don't want to talk anyone down. It's not my go.
No.
You know that. But Daryl Gibson, this clown from New Zealand, haven't we tried New Zealand clowns coaching Australian rugby union in the past? One Ardeens comes to mind.
Ardeens,
and look where that ended up. I'll tell you where it ended up. It ended up with rugby union being in the toilet.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think Australian rugby union belongs in the toilet. I don't. But the Waratahs have gone back to the toilet. They've gone back to the toilet culture of Deans. Now, we know that New Zealand rugby union flourishes in the toilet. That's where it comes from. I mean, that's their style. And good luck to them. It works for them. Doesn't work for us. We're more lounge room players. We don't venture into the toilet unless we need to go.
Bennett, Malthouse, Sheedy, Ruse, Daly, Meninga and Buckley. The list is long, but they can all be squeezed through the cat flap on We Was Robbed.
And now on We Was Robbed, it's a great thrill to welcome Anne Sargent from Anne Sargent Netball Clinics to the Soundproof booth. And Anne, thanks very much for taking our call this morning. And can I begin by asking a simple question, and before I let Roy off the leash, the massive changes in coaching that you would have seen, probably you could write an essay on it, but just give us a couple of highlights of those changes.
Okay, I think that, well, firstly, hi guys, it's really great to talk to you. A thrill for me. Look, given that I'm a dinosaur and played when, those creatures roam the earth, there's been big changes. If you can contrast my very first Australian team going overseas, there was a player squad of 10 players. There was a coach, a manager, and an umpire that toured with us. I'm currently a national selector for the Australian Diamonds, so I'm in close contact with those girls when it comes down to squad trainings and selection environments. When we come into that environment nowadays, there's probably as many or more coaching personnel and support staff as there are players. So it's involved, high-performance sport has changed the whole face of coaching. Head coach, specialist coaches, others may come in and out to access the team, managers, well-being officers, skill act people, the massage person, the team doctor, the analyst. It goes on and on. So a coach nowadays is very much, obviously with a coaching brain and a coaching personality, but is also very much a manager of a bigger team that supports the playing team.
Right, and do you then expect all the players to maintain a personal level of fitness that would allow them to more or less step into this environment, even though it's the summertime, they've got to, and it's largely a wintertime sport, they've got to keep going with their personal training, so as when they come to the team gathering, you're not actually struggling with simple skills of, say, having too much weight or, not being fit enough. Yes.
Absolutely. For the elite players now that are on the radar for national honours or playing in one of the franchise teams that the kids watch on TV, the Swifts, the Vixens, they are 12 months a year athletes. And they all feed into a system now, a nationalised system, where their fitness is constantly being addressed, strength and conditioning. That feeds through, so it's very visible by the Australian coach at the top level. So there's nowhere to hide. They're all on the same page. There's a really good communication between that level of coach and the national coach. And players, there's nowhere to hide. So that they are monitored across 12 months constantly and are always in a training environment, though they may get maybe a 4-week block where they're not full on in play mode. But yeah, you're in the business of training and performing and preparing all the time, although the mental and touring allowances change across that 12 months. For juniors, of course, it's pretty well a winter sport. Higher up the ladder, you're there for the love of it, and it's a constant thing. It's part of your life.
And in the junior sport or in any form of netball, what sort of cross-training is recommended, as in running around the block, maybe swimming, maybe weightlifting? Are all these things part of the mix now?
Well, it is, but I'd really hope that coaches with juniors have just a common sense factor that kicks in and are not chasing, say, the elite version too soon. The thing with kids is that their rate of growth, as you know, their body size, when they change, when they mature, when the muscle kicks in, it's different for different children. And having coached reps at the junior level and coached my daughter's team at a club environment for many, many years, I think the worst thing you can be is too precious about your own sport and block them off from other avenues. So I think one of the best versions of cross-training for kids is to allow them access to other sports and not block them into your own. So if we were coaching, say, some junior reps and we're kicking in summer, if they've got nippers and surf and softball and touch footy running across those summer months, those things in themselves are great cross-trainers for a sport like ours. And I think the other thing is we need to be doing, for little ones, our fitness work around a skill base. So we should maybe doing ball drills that bring in a level of fitness required for our game. And I think hold back a little bit of the strength and conditioning stuff until they're a little bit older and more mature, and we've assessed whether their bodies can cope with that.
Roy.
Yes, Anne, good morning.
Are you still with us, Roy?
Yes, I'm very much still with us now. Look, something I've wanted to put to you for a long time, and I see the Australian netball culture of success to be the envy of the world. Now,
you are just observant.
Well, where does this culture stem from? What was its genesis, Anne? Because I'd suggest that you were probably part of it.
Well, that'd be a huge compliment. I don't know that I can claim any great things in that respect, but I can tell you what I was aware of when I started to become aware of what the Australian team was, as opposed to, I grew up in the Mandaringa area. So as a kid, you look to the first immediate high point. So for me, to wear one of those manly uniforms was the be-all and end-all. And then eventually I noticed what a Waratah was, and then it was like, whoa, really want to wear that. And I think at my first nationals, I'd be saying, who's that? They'll be pointing out who the main figures in Australian netball were. From that point on, quickly aware that there was this wonderful legacy. I think to answer your question, there have been for all time really great people who immediately are respected, who have a strong sense of tradition of the sport and giving back to the sport. I think because we're so volunteer-based, we've got this massive, massive grassroots is probably a hackneyed expression, but the base at the bottom of the pyramid of mums and grandmums and daughters, and they keep putting back into the sport. So there's an ethic of, you're working for each other. That holds us up really well. I guess you could argue the lack of money for so long means that you're there for purely the reasons of love and passion for the game. The other thing I'd say is we win a lot. That helps.
Well, it does. It does. But winning a lot.
I don't want kids to play because they want to win. But I've got to say, when you're given an Australian uniform, you are well aware that we rarely lose. So you step into a beautiful Lycra outfit aware that you really want to be upholding that tradition. So from the time that I became in the team and then later as captain, I had a really strong sense by the time I became captain of we needed to defend, protect, promote this wonderful culture. So I was probably at a crossover era where opportunities were coming from the media and sponsors. I just had this work ethic that I wanted every opportunity to be articulate, passionate, to get somebody on board that didn't know about us, to take the opportunity to remind them of the people that went before us, who were the greats of the game, not just, a bit nowadays we're a bit in the moment,
Yes.
The greatest thing is the most recent thing. Drives me nuts because I have a really strong feeling of the Caldos and the Mark Puchises and the Joyce Browns, who are just invaluable to our sport. And I think a 10-year-old playing now in female sport, they need to be reminded of those kinds of things.
Yes.
Is that too waffly an answer?
No, it's not. The culture reminds me of what Australian tennis had in the 60s and through to the early 70s. Now, that left. I don't know where it evaporated to, and I don't know what the cause was, but netball has retained it.
Well, I think, as I said, I'm around the diamonds a lot. I'm out at all the Swifts home games, and then I work down at the bottom level a lot, which I love. And it gives you a really good vision of what's going on and what's important to people. And I know when the diamonds come in, there is a lot of time spent. I mean, there are the legalities of their contracts. They sign off that they will be the influence, and therefore their behaviour with regard to alcohol and drugs will be exemplary in a public persona. Yep. They sign off on the gambling. They sign off on all those things, and there is a constant addressing of what do we want our team to be known for in terms of branding and key messages. And the players decide these things. Henceforth, sisters in arms. That beautiful image you see when most sporting teams take the arena, the anthem's being played, the girls tend to stand with their arms around the back of each other, as do the rugby guys and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But that became a visual thing of we want to be seen to be united and proud of our team and our country. And then they work out key messages that as a group they force each other to uphold. So I think they just have a really good work ethic and a real belief in that those things are important to success. And the rest of it, it sounds old-fashioned, but if money's going to come along, then that's fantastic. And, of course, in a real world, they're players' union and they will fight for those causes. But the base of how they perform has to be their relationship to each other.
Yes,
and their dedication to those things.
Yes, yeah. How useful, it's just been a wonderful coincidence, I think, Anne. How useful has been this tremendous rivalry with New Zealand?
Well, it's just spectacular, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many games I've called in commentary where it's gone into extra time. I mean, we used to say, this game's going to be sensational. It'll be goal for goal. There'll only be between 1 and 3 goals in it. And then it switched to, expect it to go into extra time and be blown if it didn't. Com Games, world champs, time after time. So it's sensational. And I think the amount of respect across the border is just immense. And now with the ANZ Championship, we see the lines blurred a little. I mean, as you know, for the first time, a silver fern has swum across that divide and is playing for an Australian team in the ANZ Championship. Roy Slaven, the heart of Farlap, is playing for the New South Wales Swifts.
Well, I don't like that, Anne. I don't like it.
Oh. I'm sure they don't either.
Now, Anne, speaking of the New Zealand connection, maybe we should get you finally this morning on We Was Robbed to maybe have a go at tipping the round. Now, the Swifts are playing my favourite team name of all things is the Waikato Bay of Plenty Magic. How do you think that's going to turn out?
I'll go Swifts.
Yes, and then we've got Thunderbirds and Vixens.
Oh, gee, that's a tricky one. The Thunderbirds have such a young playing roster. They've got a couple of injuries, new coach in Michelle, former Australian player, and there was pieces of wonderful stuff from the other day, but because of the youth of the team, it didn't hold. So I'm going to go Vixens on that one. I think maybe a little bit more experience might hold them up, but I don't mind an upset.
No, that's your talking point of the round. Then we come to the Steel v Tactics, Sunday afternoon.
I'll go with Steel on that one.
Firebirds v Pulse on Monday.
It's a given. That's Firebirds.
And then Mystics v Fever again on Monday.
Well, that could be an interesting game, and I'm going to go with Fever. I really love the way they opened last week.
Well, Anne, thanks very much for being part of We Was Robbed. Good luck with the season, good calling, and I hope the New Zealand-Australian rivalry continues and may all the games go into extra time. Thanks very much, Anne Sargent, for being part of We Was Robbed this morning.
You were listening to or just missed Coach's Cat Flap, featuring topics torn from the tear-stained clipboard of sport.
Now, listeners have been getting in touch with us on the SMS line 0437 665 200, 0437 665 200. And Peter B's been in touch with us and he wants our thoughts, Roy, on the recently announced, in fact, the middle of the week, Commonwealth Games mascot. Now, for those unfamiliar with the Commonwealth Games is a series of events which Australia wins the majority of them. They actually have netball as a competition in the Commonwealth Games, and Australia flattens the teams except when they lose to New Zealand, which sends the nation into mourning. Having said that, Barobi appeared out of the sky midweek. He appears to be a koala, a surfing koala, a large surfing koala, and he continues a long line of great recent Australian mascots. People only have to think Karak, that great mascot, that funny. He was a cockatoo from that I might have the wrong bird. Victoria Games.
Threatened species, loss, suffering from habitat loss, etc.
Yes, that's right. Karak.
I don't know what's happened to Karak.
I think they've all gone.
Yeah, I do too.
And am I right saying some sort of black cockatoo? But I might have I might have the bird
No,
wrong
I think
there.
you're right,
Anyway.
yes.
And then in the Asian Cup, nutmeg. Who can forget nutmeg? A sort of a dolled-up, rather odd-shaped wombat, I think.
Right.
Nutmeg. Talk to kids.
Yeah.
And then you go back through the history of time, and who can forget Matilda as the
big
winky
winky.
kangaroo? Even when you produce the images now, kids love them. But what do you made of Barobi so far?
Yeah, well, look, the philosophy of Barobi, I'm given to understand, HG, was he was, I don't, let's say he's a he, designed by a committee. Now, I think the philosophy is that Barobi, this unusual koala, took to the sea, right, and spent so much time in the sea that it turned him blue. Now, well, if you accept that, HG, you can just about accept anything, can't you? You can accept, we're lost in the netball almost. Maybe. I don't know. Look, part of me says these things are rubbish.
Yeah.
But another part of me says kids want to believe in something. And if kids listening want to believe in Barobi, that's fine. That's fine. They can become Barobiists.
Barobiists.
And Barobiism. I don't know what its philosophy is. Let's hope it's a winning culture.
Winning culture.
Yeah.
Australia winning. Look, do you know what worries me about Barobi?
Barobi, yeah.
It appears to have a fly drawn on it.
No.
You have to look closely. I don't know why the groin area of Barobi attracted my attention.
Really?
As though all of a sudden mascots...
What a blowfly on him. So it's like two mascots. There's the unnamed.
A fly.
Oh, a fly.
Yes,
Oh, I
as
see.
in, something you unbutton to go to do your number one.
Yeah.
Now, what worried me about it was this was the first time I've ever encountered a mascot who had human sness about it, of solve the problems of human
I get what
existence.
You mean. Yes.
So it's all of a sudden after maybe a couple of sparkling mineral waters on the sideline at an event, he'd be looking for a portaloo. And that does worry me slightly.
Yeah,
because
I'd missed that completely. It's a bit like Sid O'Reilly from the Sydney Olympics wearing glasses.
If flops and fiascos, botches and breakdowns are your go, We Was Robbed is your show.
A few minutes to go for the show this morning. Why not get involved on that number 0437 665 200? And the two on the trot were Jessie J and Ain't Been Done and MGMT Kids, two excellent slabs of kindling powered up rock. Now, Roy, two great bits of good news, which I hope we can squeeze in. Firstly, that women's cricket now looks as though it's going to be put on a professional base. And when I mean a professional base, it always has been on in terms of its coaching staff and travel arrangements. But now cricket players playing in the women's game are going to be able to earn a substantial amount of money.
Right.
The Southern Stars, let me remind you, are the number one side in T20, even though they lost the final the other day.
Final to the West Indies.
T20, one day and Test cricket. And now the Southern Stars can earn as much as the best state Big Bash male counterparts, which is great news.
It is good
because the Big Bash is obviously the growing form of the game.
Yes.
The best male state players can earn up to $250,000 a year, including a Big Bash, while the average player earns about $150,000. This is now available for women. Already the best paid female athletes of any Australian team sport. Already they're the best paid. The Southern Stars are on the verge of becoming among the most lucrative national women's outfits in the world, with a base retainer of $100,000.
Okay.
Roy,
well, that's a very positive message to send out, isn't it?
It is indeed. And Roy...
Yeah.
Well,
the Big Bash has turned it around, hasn't it? It's really because of its popularity. It's immense popularity. And certain players getting quite a high profile, deservedly so. Elise Perry, for example.
And... am I right in thinking there's an IPL for the for women's Big Bash?
Is there talk of that?
Well,
it would have to come out of India, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm thinking.
Unless we get active here and register it here.
What an excellent idea. An international women's competition based on the T20.
Yes.
That would be above the Big Bash. So Big Bash players would come up through the ranks earning this really quite good money for a sporting competition and then go on and play in the IPL.
That's right.
And teams based in Hobart, like the Hobart, say, Hurricanes, for want of a better idea.
Sure. But wouldn't you be getting teams from...
oh, yes, I know what you're going to say.
All over the world.
Yeah. Well, let me just set the IPL up.
Yes.
They're teams based in Indian cities,
Well, they are.
Kolkata,
Yes.
Mumbai and so on, largely financed by local businesses.
That's right.
Who attract international players for a
right.
brief period. This is the model I'm suggesting.
That's the model I'm looking at too.
Yes. So, in other words, if there was a team based in Lithgow, Finlays for Fine
Finleys
Furniture
for Fine Furniture
might sponsor the team.
They would. They would.
And
the Finleys Finches, or whatever they're going to be called.
Finlays Finches, or the Lithgow All Stars.
The Lithgow All Stars.
Or the
I like
Superstars.
that. Yeah.
Now,
Yep.
if you were there thinking, well, and I'm not sure whether we've got a small arms factory out there still, but they would make a good short sponsor or trouser sponsor for the women's
Well,
cricket.
I think it's largely a museum these days, HG, but that's all right. There's
the
no reason
Lithgow
why
Arms Museum.
the Small Arms Museum,
Could
sponsored Lithgow All Stars.
Yes. Now, what I'm suggesting
With
is
with players coming from, say, the West Indies,
West Indies,
from
England, South Africa,
Yep.
and the subcontinent itself.
yeah.
Now we're starting to look at something.
I think so.
And
Because they'd love to. I mean, the rights to sell this across the world would be worth a fortune.
I know, television, that's where it's all at, television. And let's face it, that the game itself is just, with the bales falling off and igniting and the fireworks and the songs and the whole,
love all
kit
that.
and caboodle, for
Yeah.
want of a better way of
Yeah,
describing
yeah.
is something that really is talking to kids.
It is.
I mean, I know last year, and this will surprise you, that a lot of Australian kids got Big Bash tickets for Christmas presents.
Is that true?
Christmas presents.
Wow.
We're off to see, obviously the Sydney, whatever
The
they're called.
Thunder or
Thunder, from the
against
play.
the Sixers or what have you.
Yeah, Sixers or your Perth Heat or whatever it is.
Wow.
It's incredible.
Yeah,
And
that
a
is
lot of these
incredible.
matches sold out. It would just be great.
Yes.
And to see, and I liked the idea of a women's Big Bash, the Australian version, playing before the men's or playing after the men's or whatever, however it's going to work.
Yeah, you
so there's two
fuse them
matches,
together.
Double headers.
Double headers. Wow. What a great idea. So you could see the Sydney Sixers and then follow that up with the Lithgow All Stars up against the...
Well, say the Nuriutpa Nuggets.
Yes. Man. Sponsored by a local paper shop.
We was robbed. Winner of the 2016 Golden Fang. Sadly, it was lost on protest, and you heard it here on Kindling Radio.
And Roy, we're almost down to the last few minutes of the show today, but I'd like to mention the fabulous Wu family. Now, Melissa Wu has been diving for Australia since she was a 13-year-old at the 2006 Melbourne Commonwealth Games, and she's off to Rio to represent Australia in the diving again, but this time she's going to be joined by her sister and her brother, who are going to be representing Australia in weightlifting. So Joshua and Madeline Wu needed an effortless swoop to heave all 50 kilograms of their sister above their heads when the news broke that they were all off. A family of three was off to Rio to represent Australia.
Has that ever happened before?
Well, that's
HG?
what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I can't recall this.
Not since the three Chappell brothers,
three
represented
Chappell
with cricket,
yes.
the two wars.
And
And there might have been a Dean War, there might have been a third war, but I don't know if he actually made the grade.
And then, of course, there's sometimes you find generational things. I
Yes.
think the McKeon's a name where the dad's been to the Olympics and now brother and sister in the next generation have been to the Olympics. So you find that sometimes that you do get a family connection.
Yeah, sure.
But the three together is quite a feat.
That is a feat.
Now, Madeline said about the weightlifting, I wasn't like Josh and good right off the bat. I've been doing it for over 4 years, but it's only in the last 2 years I've picked it up a bit. The biggest thing I've struggled with is mentally, it's very scary to pick up something you know is heavy and don't have a massive chance of getting. That's the biggest thing. Working hard and pushing yourself at training is easy mentally compared with that one moment of solid fear. Now, it's a fascinating insight into the weightlifter's craft.
Yeah.
So as you go out there, you're not sure whether you can do this because you've never done it before, and you have to do it in competition.
Yeah.
Now, she's been working with a chap called John Novak, a.k.a. the Mind Doctor. His boomerang effect, this is brand new to me, Roy, and I'm hoping you'll be able to help me, boomerang effect teaches positive thoughts, minimises negative energy, and it's been adopted by teams like the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs and the Arrow, James the Missile Magnuson. The mind doctor says it's knowing very clearly what you have to do in your mind,
Yes.
and there's no doubt you need you need to be positive and have self-belief.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's a great button to finish with, but what are you thinking about the boomerang effect? Have you used it yourself,
I have.
and what benefits have you seen in yourself from it?
It's very difficult to control, as indeed a boomerang is, HG. It's what I describe as an out-of-body experience in many ways.
Yes.
I can remember coming off, say, having played a game either of tennis or rugby league, and people have said to me, well, how was it out there? I say, I can't remember. Mm-hmm. It was as if I wasn't there. I was watching from afar. It was as if I was in the bunker, watching myself from a long way away. So when you walk onto the ground, you're there, and then you disappear. Mm. And then when the final whistle blows, you're back again. And you've done extraordinary things by watching yourself from a long way away. And if you break it, if you suddenly find yourself in the moment, aware, you drop it.
That was the foghorn of football fun on the pirate ship. We was robbed. All aboard!
It is a great thing that the moment of fear is not so much the training in the weightlifting, but the moment where you actually have to bend over and pick it up.
Yes, and that's where you hope not to be there. You want to be watching.
Yes, that's right. Well, Roy, it's been an absolute thrill having you in on We Was Robbed this morning. The podcast will be available in a couple of hours for those who might be just tuning in now and wonder what happened in the first, let's say 180 minutes, if that's the correct time measurement. We'll see you next week, though.
Yes.
And for the time being, thanks
very much.
Have a great week. Yes, have a great week, and bye now.
That's it for this week, robbers. The boys will be back next Saturday from 8 a.m. Remember, you can relive all the action by heading to our website, kindling.com.au. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's Saturday morning. The shorts are up, the mouthguard is in, and the oranges are cut. That means it's time for Chris Taylor and HG Nelson to hook into a winning grin on We Was Robbed.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to We Was Robbed for another Saturday morning. Tremendous Saturday morning right across Australia. So much going on, and you're on Kindling Kids Radio. Remember, of course, if you want to get involved, and who wouldn't, the SMS number is 0437 665 200. It's been an action-packed week, and I'm pleased to welcome back with Chris Taylor, still romancing the Rockies. Welcome back to the WWR, that's the Robbers microphone, rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, good to see you again. And what's caught your eye this week?
Yes, thank you very much, HG. What's caught my eye is this unusual northerly wind we're getting today.
In Sydney.
In Sydney in particular. It's
unsettling?
Most unsettling and most unnerving. And to have I think we broke all sorts of records yesterday with the hottest day ever recorded.
Sydney Airport got that. I don't know what's happened elsewhere in the
Yes, it was
nation.
about 25 degrees.
Whoa.
That does your head in, doesn't it?
It does.
Does your head in. Anyway, life goes on. We can't complain. We just got to
grin and bear
take
it
as it comes. Now, a couple of good things have happened this week. A couple of exciting things, HG. You're probably aware of them yourself. And that is, the first thing, a call for jousting to be included as an Olympic sport. I'm very excited about this idea, and I know the Ironfest people in Lithgow are very excited about this as well. I mean, Lithgow's been a pioneer for it. I didn't realise jousting had been going on since, about the 12th century in Lithgow. And that tradition is still going on, and wouldn't it be lovely to see someone from that Blue Mountains idol representing Australia at the Olympic Games?
How many nations joust, Roy? I suppose that's the question when you're thinking
none,
about that.
Apart from Lithgow. And Lithgow's not a nation, much as it would love to be. At this stage, it's not. But I believe jousting, the only place officially where jousting takes place, or a tournament at least, is Lithgow. So, it's a fair way to go. Tomic.
Yes.
That is Bernard, or as Nuke likes to call him, Bernie. Bernie Tomic bows out of the Washington Open. I love someone bowing out. In the third round as the plucky Aussie. Who's written this? Plucky. I never call him Plucky. No. Has anyone ever known Tomic as Plucky?
No.
Quite the opposite. If anything, anyway, let's stick with it. Plucky Aussie had no answer to the booming serve of Croatia's Ivo Karlovic. Can I just say, if Ivo Karlovic is the future of world tennis, I've lost interest. Usain Bolt supports the action against the Russian Olympic team, and who doesn't? If those Russians are there, I'm not going. Simple as that. Logan City's multi-billion-dollar greyhound racing development that was going to be the shot in the arm for greyhound racing in Australia, it's been put on hold. It's been put on hold.
Right. What, was that the recent election? Was that a promise?
I think it's to do with the previous election, HG. I think the Newman government in Queensland was right up behind it. And earmarked the money and had the money there and had started the development. The foundations had been poured. But the Palaszczuk government had stepped in and knocked it on the head. Now, Ray Murray, and there, I like the name Murray, especially when it's slaved up to rugby league. He's to frame the protocols to ensure the Manly Rugby League team stays free of corruption.
Good luck.
Good luck, Ray. And where will the Hayne plane land?
Convicts and repeat offenders heading off to sport or hanging round the hideout with nothing much on. Then this is your show. This is We Was Robbed.
Now, look, guest today on We Was Robbed, we're talking cricket. We're talking cricket with Michelle Gosgo, the cricket coach from Cricket New South Wales, and one of the young superstars of junior cricket, Frankie Nicklin. They'll be coming in and talking about cricket. And Winter Development Squad. People forget that we play cricket now all year round. Obviously, the Sri Lankan Test is about to get underway, Australia v Sri Lanka. Everybody will forget about football for a minute or two and focus on the Sri Lankan Test. But development is going on 24/7, 365 days of the year. Coming to the point, though, that where you left us, Roy, was Jared Hayne. Now, with our Olympic development, or the plans for the Olympics, we've lost two key participants this week. Simon Gerrans broke his collarbone on the tour and can't ride the bike, can't throw a leg over the bike in Rio. And sadly, little Leighton Hewitt, has withdrawn from the men's team as coach for personal reasons. Now, he was much more than coach, though, because Hewitt was weighing up the prospect of partnering with John Peers in the doubles. So we had the Peers-Hewitt, a dream team. I described it in other media commitments. In fact, I think I put up 500,000 words on a blog about this recently, that the Peers-Hewitt combination, you had obviously experience, age, certainty against the wily newcomer Peers into the doubles rank. Now, sadly, all those plans have been torpedoed. Now, under the messy tennis quota rules, that the Olympics players ranked in the top 10 can partner with any other player within the top 1,000.
Oh,
so it's an odd idea.
Okay.
So the dream team, Hewitt and Peers in the doubles, doesn't look as though it can be. But can I ask the AOC to reach out to a person, I think, who has done enough this year to indicate that he's ready to step up and plug a gap in our tennis combination, and that is Jared Hayne. I don't think he's ever played tennis in his life, but
he'd learn.
He'd learn, and he's got 2 weeks to learn.
He's a naturally gifted sportsman, isn't he?
Exactly,
Yeah.
a naturally gifted sportsman. I couldn't put it better.
Yep.
And competition. You know, he walks into this
thrives on
competition.
competition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think it could work? And what a tonic for that final episode in the Hayne Plain story.
Well, I'd just like to see Jaron on that plane as part of the team. Any of the Olympic team I've spoken to, and I'm not going to name names here, I'm not that sort of bloke, but anyone I've spoken to have been very keen to have someone of Jared's imprimatur, what he brings. He brings a lot to the table. He brings a fierce determination. He brings a real Aussie style, and he's no stranger to winning. And that's the sort of culture we need to encourage. But there are a lot of questions here, actually. I'm worried about little Leighton. There are mystery reasons, aren't there, as to why he's withdrawn, and he's withdrawn himself. It hasn't come from upstairs. He's withdrawn himself. Now, the only insight I have, and it's not a great insight, I was in a supermarket yesterday, and I was in the queue waiting to... I'd bought some mushrooms and a few other bits and pieces to make some dinner last night. And in the queue, I glanced at the magazine section that they have sometimes near the checkouts, HG, and I just saw the cover, and it was Beck Hewitt saying, My Life of Hell. Now, I'm just drawing a line here. If her life is hell and Leighton's withdrawn, well, you don't have to be, to put two and two together here. You'd have to say it's got something to do with the home front. Maybe Leighton hasn't been doing his share of...
The heavy lifting?
The heavy lifting in the supermarket.
Can I put it to you, there's no suggestion in that article that...
I didn't read the article.
I know, no, but what you got from the
cover.
There's no suggestion in this that... The romance obviously is in trouble, but the romance of Leighton with tennis and the Olympic movement, which, let's face it, there's been no greater advocate for Olympic Games than little Leighton Hewitt and tennis at the Olympic Games.
True.
There's no sense that there's been a cooling of the ardour there. I understand the heavy lifting at the supermarket, very important. Surely somehow it's only a fortnight, and maybe you could do this.
I know. I'm hoping, like you, and I think what you're stumbling towards is that common sense will prevail here, and it's just going to take the chef de mission to reach out, lift up the bloody phone, and say, Leighton, get on the plane.
We was robbed. Just two blokes on a stool with yesterday's back pages spread out between them. Are you there, Skipper?
Oh, we certainly are, and Calvin Harris and Fatboy Slim joined us for Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat. Eat, Sleep, Rave, Repeat. And I think there's a big festival on this weekend in the Byron Bay area that will have plenty of people eat, sleeping, rave, repeat. Now, Roy, the Olympics. The Olympics. Look, can I just put this out there? And I know people are... if they want to plug in, should get on the SMS on 0437665200, or why not give us a ring on 1800 Kids Radio. That'll get to us. But what I'm worried about now, it'd be great if Hayne could be there in the doubles. That'd focus nicely on the tennis. But what I'm worried about is, do these sports like tennis and golf in particular that have big professional slam circuits, how can we make the Olympics special for them so as people like little Leighton feel as though, yes, I'll do the supermarket and then I'll be able to go to Rio. Do you know what I mean? They feel as though they're a bit sort of, we haven't got Kyrgios, we haven't got Tomic, etc. Golf, the same thing.
Yeah.
How can we make
We're missing our superstars, aren't we?
Superstars, that's exactly right. Yeah.
Well, I think there is a simple solution, HG. I've been in some consultation with John Coates about this. To begin with, if we look at golf, it's run by the PGA, the Professional Golfers Association. The great catchphrase for all golfers who play in the PGA, you drive for show, you putt for dough. It's about dough. Now, if the Olympic medal is going to mean as much as a British Open or, holding the old mug or
the green jacket,
Masters green jacket or anything like that, I think there's got to be a prize money of $1 billion to get the golfers there.
That would focus the
mind. And ditto with the tennis, HG. I mean, if you're a top 10 tennis player, you're working hard, you expect in a slam to get in excess of $1 million if you win it. And so you should. You've earned every cent. Ditto with the Olympic Games. I think, again, if we had prize money up and around, say, $2, $3, $4, $5, even $10 million for a gold medal, then that would, I think that you'd get your tennis players there and you'd get your top golfers there for sure.
And where would you draw the line here? Would you have a similar prize money for the 100 metres, or would you? No. Just the gold medal.
They're hardly professional. They're just amateurs that get a bit of money here and there, aren't they? Let's face it. Usain Bolt, he can run like buggery. I mean, he can, but does he earn much money out of it? Well,
no,
not much.
No, few endorsements and so on.
Yeah. But not as much, say, as a good cricketer.
True. True.
So, and ditto, if you're going to have cricket in the Olympic Games, you've got to have some carrots there. The bauble around the neck, that's not enough.
No.
You know, these people are professionals. This is tools of trade. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's like expecting electricians to come and do your wiring for nothing. You know, I love your wiring. Terrific job you've done there. Here's a certificate. Well, it's not going to work like that. You know, you've got to pay.
I've never quite thought of it exactly in those terms, that somebody running the 100 metres or playing tennis at the Olympics is like a plumber coming to the house to unblock the drains.
Well, pretty much. Pretty much, yes.
But the same principle.
If you were going to have let's say you had a tradies Olympics, and I think it's a great idea.
No, that's a terrific idea.
I'd love to see who's the world's greatest plumber.
Yeah.
You know, or the world's greatest sparky.
On the day.
On the day, yes. And they should be rewarded for that because it's the plying of the trade.
Now, let's say we got $1 billion for the tennis.
Yep.
Would you feel as
or
though...
the golf.
Or the golf,
Yep.
I was just picking
Yep.
a sport. Would you feel as though this was unencumbered money, meaning...
No, tax-free, utterly.
Oh, yeah, no, I understood that.
Sorry,
What I meant was unencumbered as in... the Roy Slaven Foundation has a charity event which raises $1 billion, which is then donated to the Olympics for the golf. Is that how it would work? Would you expect anything from that, in terms of, say, naming rights, in terms of endorsements on players' jumpers?
No. I think it's up to the individual nations to arrive at their own solution for how they raise the money for the attractive lure to get golfers playing, and it's up to each country to reach into the pocket and contribute. Now, if I was in government here in Australia, and I'm not, I've got to make that clear, but if I was asked to try and fund the Olympic gold medal for golf in Rio, I would have it sponsored by the Department of Defence.
What an excellent idea.
You see what I mean? The Department of Defence. Now, okay, so in the forward estimates, we've got, $50 billion going towards the submarines?
We have.
And I don't deny them a cent of that. I think that's great. And it represents real value for money, for sure. But just to snip a little bit out of that...
$1 billion.
Yeah.
For golf at the Olympics,
That's
brought to you by the Adelaide submarine contract.
Thank you.
What a lovely idea.
See what I mean?
That's soft power
Yes.
projected on the world stage.
Thank you. And if each nation finds their own particular solutions, for doing it, I mean, you've just got to, just be a bit creative.
I know. And the other thing is you could bid. So golf, obviously too late for this Olympics, but next time golf's on the Olympics, we start the bidding from exactly the point where the last Olympics stopped. Once that gold medal and the $1 billion is awarded, the bidding starts. And so you might have competing countries.
Yes, you would.
Everybody be wanting to get involved.
Oh, they would. They would. And it's $1 billion today, but in 4 years' time,
I know,
it's going to be a bit more.
We Was Robbed is the place where champions gather to rub salt into new wounds. Here on Kindling Kids Radio.
Now, Roy, rugby league, and look, I hesitate to raise this story because I know a lot of people will be going along to this match. I'll preface my comments by saying Laurie Daly is now backing a State of Origin series for Women's Rugby League. He says that the depth of playing talent and the enthusiasm of fans for Women's Rugby League is through the roof now, and a State of Origin series could easily be anticipated. Mm-hmm. I think the suggestion would be that it would be played in conjunction when the men play. Mm-hmm. So you might have, out of the three, the women might start first, and then the men play when it goes to the other leg, say, starts in Sydney, goes to Brisbane. The men play first, and then the women, and so on, and then back in wherever it goes to Melbourne, they toss a coin and work out who's first. But can I set that aside? That's all great, and that's great coming from the top. But New South Wales and Queensland players will meet today in a one-off interstate challenge, State of Origin, on the Gold Coast with the Blues. And this is the disappointing bit. This is New South Wales Rugby League women's team is trying to break a maroon 17-year domination of the event.
Good God.
17 years of domination.
Good
Now,
God.
it makes the men look like absolute amateurs from
Does, doesn't
Brisbane. I think they've won 10 of the last 11.
Yeah.
But in the women's game, Queensland have won 17 years on the trot.
Wow. It's just a one-off game each year, is it, HG?
Apparently,
Is it?
yes.
Yeah.
That's why I think Laurie's trying to get the 3 series.
Yeah, I
so-
know. I see where Laurie's coming from. Yeah. Wow. They've kept that quiet, haven't they?
Well, quite rightly too, I'd
You
say.
know, I blame the Murdoch press. I've read nothing about this. I've read nothing
Over the
about
past 17 years.
No, I've read nothing about the plight of women's rugby league in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Is there a crisis? Are we talking crisis?
I think we are. We're talking a probe and a crisis.
Yeah.
And I am off to Tasmania this afternoon
Yes.
to open discussions with Tasmanian Rugby League, which I know nothing about. I've got to admit this. But I'm hoping
I
that
hope
we
you're going with an open mind.
I'm with an open mind, and I'm hoping to get a women's competition in Tasmania going so as New South Wales can beat somebody at least.
Well, that's a good idea.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Could it be a lack of confidence, simply as that?
Yeah.
You know, the culture of winning, etc. You know, they've lost the skill of winning.
Yeah. Is it a resource issue, HG? Are they well enough resourced, the New South Wales Women's Rugby League team? Do we need the Department of Defence to kick in here or something?
Well,
We've got to
sponsor
think
women's-
creatively.
Rugby league. Now, look, can I point out, I saw some pictures in the paper today. The women look, shirts, short shoes, tick the box. They appear to have got that together. But do they have tackle bags? Do they have a tyre to drag behind them to practice their running? You know, do they have those elastic ropes that you see the men training with? So as one jumps off in one direction, it's dragged back.
Yeah.
Do they have,
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah,
say
these are all
trainers?
very good questions. These are very, very good questions. Are the resources of the rugby leagues clubs, are they open to the women to take advantage of, HG? I mean,
You mean the Penrith
Let's say
Centre of Excellence
Thank you.
that they built?
yes.
Which is turning out terrific players.
Well, it is turning out terrific players.
Look-
but are women allowed access to that, you know, in the downtime, for example?
I assume that if you're a ticketed player,
Yes.
you can go to the Centre of Excellence and say, I'd like to use the gym.
Yeah.
I'd like to improve my running. Have you got one of those tyres I can drag around behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Tackle bags. Can I have a go with the tackle bags?
Mm-hmm.
Those clippity-clop work they do with
Oh,
the small
yeah.
ladder laid out.
And
you
the
know.
witches' hats.
Witches' hats, yes.
Yeah.
Could I run around a witches' hats
Yeah.
just to improve my rugby league? I'm playing on the weekend.
Sure.
I just hope
Sure.
so. And could
Yeah.
I look at videos,
Yes.
maybe of the Queensland team over the last couple of years to see where what they've got up their sleeve, so to speak?
Well, this might be could we put out a call, Chief, just to get something started? If with the new super councils now
Super
in New
councils,
South Wales, councils often seem to me to be the source of witches' hats in our communities. I don't see anyone else producing them at the rate the councils do. It's always been a bit of a mystery to me as to where
Witches'
witches' hats come from. But let's say they come from the council. Would it be possible
Loan?
for the various new administrators, not mayors, because we don't have mayors anymore. We don't have anyone elected looking after our super councils. They're all in administration, and I agree with that wholeheartedly.
This is the New South Wales
Yes.
area mainly. Yes.
Would it be possible for the various administrators, I think there might be 19, I think we have 19 councils now in New South Wales, for those 19 to make some witches' hats available to women's rugby league players? Should they just turn up to the council administrative buildings, let's say sometime in the next week, saying, well, Kindling Radio's, they're doing a bit of a promotion where us rugby league women's players can get some free witches' hats? Do you think that could work?
I do. I was just wondering if maybe we could have a...
The tyres I can't help you with.
No, that's right, the ties. Look, the witches' hats could be loaned out on a library card.
Yes.
You know, do you know
Well,
what
it's
I mean?
just a case of numbering the hats, putting a number on the inside, for example,
With a texter.
with a texter, and then have some sort of ledger back at HQ, Council HQ, that says, all right, witch's hat 109674Z has been borrowed by, let's say,
Samantha Donovan.
Ms. S. Donnelly of Queanbeyan. Well, there it is. That's all the checking you need, and that's going to be loaned for how long? How long did you want that for? A week and a half. All right. Can we have that back?
excellent
See,
idea.
Simple.
And what a great PR thing for not only rugby league, but for these councils in New South Wales, which are in some sort of, flux. They don't seem to be greeted by the population as a great idea.
Yeah. Well, there's been very little examples of trust between the various council administrations and the public. Now, this could be a way of establishing a trust, a bond. At least you know the council's doing something, and the word is spread around. Did you know they're lending out witches' hats to rugby league players?
If flops and fiascos, botches and breakdowns are your go, We Was Robbed is your show.
Roy, with rugby league moving now from the representative phase through the finals and then on to the, the international matches, there's been a lot of talk about international rugby league this week, about the problems of the World Cup coming to Australia again and Sydney dipping out on matches, etc. Leaving all that to one side for a minute, the story I wanted to try and focus on is the combination of feuding Blues and feuding Maroons fused together into the Australian team. Now, how difficult is this a job now for the Australian coach Mal Meninga? Because you've got the breakdown of trust and communication between both the Maroon players, especially in that debacle of the final moments of the third state of origin when the Blues wandered off like Brown's cows and wouldn't listen to Cam Smith and his thoughts on rugby league. How difficult will it be for Meninga to unite this team? And I'm just wondering if you could compare with your own experience. Obviously played for Lithgow Shamrocks for many years and represented Group 10, was it, at the higher level. Were there people, say, from Orange Sims or, the other great sides you play, like the Workmen's Club and so on, that you didn't get on with? And how did the coaching staff deal with that?
Yeah, it's always a thorny one, HG. It's always, but you've got to bury the hatchet temporarily. That's how we used to put it, and we would symbolically, Grassy, when he was coaching Group 10, and that was good for me because it was having my club coach as Group 10 coach that made things, you knew what to do with the witches' hats, etc. He would say he would give each of us a little tomahawk, and everyone think, oh, what's this going on? Are we going to have to chop some wood or something, Grass? He said, no, listen, I want you to bury that. And so symbolically, we'd bury that. And he said, you know what you've done, boys? You've buried the hatchet. Do you know what that means? No. Oh, well, it's an old saying. If you bury, and then he told us the story of the American Indians, how they would use symbolism to get through moments of conflict and difficulty, and how that legend had spread all the way to the Blue Mountains of New South Wales. And I'm not convinced that everyone was sold on the story 100%. But we only had to be sold on the story, say, a bit over 50% for 80 minutes.
True.
You see what I mean?
True.
And when you put it that way, I think that's what Mal will be doing as well. I'm not suggesting he's going to be going out and buying 18 tomahawks, although it's probably not a bad idea. Just the symbolism itself is powerful. But he'll say, well, boys, I want you to set aside your differences just for 80 minutes. And the thing is, my enemy's enemy is my enemy. That's the thing to remember, HG. And my enemy's friend is hardly my enemy when my enemy is playing with me against other enemies, if you see what I mean.
I understand.
So when it comes to playing, say, England, there's only going to be one enemy.
Yes, no, I see that.
You see that?
But in training, though, that was what is more, the preparation. I understand that when the foe marches out, you're all united as one.
Yeah.
Was there any sort of people...
Niggle in training, oh, God, yes.
Yeah, and people forgot that they buried the hatchet?
Yeah. But that can sometimes be a good thing, too.
That's true.
Because it brings out that competitive... The thing about all sports people, actually, is they're deeply competitive.
Yeah, extremely competitive.
And if you can, get one up on someone, that's a great thing. And that helps you strive, If you're up against an enemy, someone who might have played for the, the Workmen's Club, and you're a Shamrock, and you're going through a training drill, you're going to try and beat that bloke. You're going to try and make them look stupid. And if you can do that, that's one little one you can put away for later. And if you get beaten, it just makes you want to try harder next time. So I see it as win-win-win. See, I've often said in rugby league and a lot of competitive sports, hate is your best friend.
That's true.
Hate, you've got to learn to hate. You've got to learn to control your hate.
Yes.
You know, you've got to be passionate about your hate. You know, if you want to think about those buried tomahawks, well, that's good. But I never did.
No. Did you dig them up at the end?
Yeah.
We was robbed. Winner of the 2016 Golden Fang. Sadly, it was lost on protest, and you heard it here on Kindling Radio.
And the SMS number 0437 665 200, or give us a ring on 1800 Kids Radio. And of course, coming up in the coaching section of the show, Michelle Gosco from New South Wales, Cricket New South Wales, and Frankie Nicklin, a 12-year-old cricket player, talking cricket and the winter development squad. Now, a regular correspondent has suggested that, and this story, I'm never sure exactly the source of this information, but I'm prepared to run with it, that in China at the moment, Roy, Weet-Bix are being sold for $50 a box.
Yeah, well.
I mean, it's no surprise there. A great Australian product. They're desperate for breakfast foods in China, new ideas for breakfast. They've got money to spend. $50 seems an absolute, tiny amount.
Well, they've got a lot of disposable income.
Disposable income,
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they're crazy for new ideas.
They are.
Wait till...
This free trade agreement we've got going, there's going to be a lot more of that happening. I mean, there's not going to be enough Weet-Bix on the planet to satisfy the craving that's going to come. You know, be careful of what you wish for here, HG. I mean, if China gets serious about Weet-Bix, imagine what they're going to do. You know, sure, South China Sea today, they'll want the Pacific Ocean next, just to shore up the Weet-Bix. You know what I mean?
And Vegemite. Don't get them started on Vegemite. And wait till
they'll be left for us.
I know, that's the problem. And wait till they start thinking Lamingtons. Or pavlova.
Yes.
I mean, the pavlova.
Or fish fingers.
Fish fingers. Well, that sort of stuff will go, or Chico rolls.
Yeah.
I mean, there won't be a Chico roll for love or money in Australia soon.
No.
What the idea here is, though, could we put a surcharge or seed some rugby league information in those boxes that are going to China? So as, obviously people eat down...
Oh, it's a great potential for propaganda. And I'm sure someone's thinking about this, HG. Okay, let's...
DFAT.
Yeah, okay. 50 million boxes of Weet-Bix are going to be put on Chinese breakfast tables, over the next...
Is that the plan? 50 million?
Well, let's say, it's a small amount. You're talking about 1.4 billion people here,
no,
HG, It's not
why are we
take
aiming
long
so low?
Now, let's imagine... Well, okay, let's think big. Let's imagine we've got 1.4 billion boxes of Weet-Bix.
Annually. No, well, it'll be
one
a
a week.
Yeah, one a week, yeah.
Now, if you can put a couple of cards in each box, that talks about rugby league or...
Photo of players.
Yeah,
rules.
Yeah.
Maybe a little toy,
And competitions.
Competitions.
You might be able to win a ball. Or you might be able to win a visit.
If you collect, say, 40,000 cards?
Something like that. Yeah.
A visit?
Yeah.
From a rugby league player to China?
That's right.
Now
Let's imagine, the kids sitting around in school. Guess what? We won the competition. Sam Thaiday is coming to visit. Here in Chengdu Primary. Is that right? Sam Thaiday. And so they go back and go through their cars, little cars. Oh, I've got one of Sam Thaiday. Maybe you could sign it for me. And that's what. This is how you get things happening.
And can I point out that this is already happening in a weird sort of way with Port Power, the AFL team, which has a very big exposure in China now.
Yes.
Sure, a lot of the things don't translate that well. As I've often made comments before, there's no concept of the wooden spoon in Chinese. I think you and I pointed out that oval was a difficult word for the Chinese to get their heads around.
Yep.
No suggestion of oval, prior opportunity.
Yes.
But I've always, counselled myself that hardly anybody in Australia understands prior opportunity as well. So it's no wonder the Chinese are struggling with the concept.
Sure.
But I think the rugby league is on a safer thing with this process of Weet-Bix, rugby league,
the cards,
and Sam Thaiday going.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. I mean, and you can you could also include some cricket information as well, actually, and lifestyle information. There's all sorts of things. These cards could go anywhere. these information cards, these
You mean you could
these didactic
bits of information?
Yeah.
You mean you could prosecute the cause of all pools? This is swimming pools need to have a fence around them to keep little kids out.
safety? Yes,
Safety fence.
yeah, that's right. That's right. Environmental issues. Mm-hmm. You know, it can go anywhere. But let's keep it simple to begin with. Let's keep the message simple.
Rugby league.
Rugby league.
Now, would it be possible to take some of the money generated by the, what is it again? We're sending 1.4 billion boxes a week.
So suddenly those subs are looking real cheap, aren't they?
And also, I tell you what's really interesting, talk about jobs and growth.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think was a topic a few weeks ago, seemed to capture the national conversation. Anyway, jobs and growth in Weet-Bix, a Weet-Bix-led recovery. Is it possible to snip a bit of that off and give it to, say, the Olympic movement for their golf purse?
Yes. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. So you could have what?
Weet-Bix.
Okay, if they're selling at $50 a box at the moment.
I know. Well,
why not $50.50?
And the 50 cents.
And that's 1.4 billion 50 cents pieces
a week
get tipped into the Olympic golf coffers.
Yeah.
Well.
And imagine the branding on the golf Olympic medal will be Weet-Bix in Chinese characters.
Yes.
I don't know how that translates.
No, nor do I, but it's an exciting idea, though, isn't it?
We Was Robbed is a hot bath for the bruisers after the full-time hooter on Kindling Kids Radio.
Yes, and a couple of tracks there we had ABBA with Ring Ring. Oh, ABBA, you never tire of ABBA. And Ring Ring, and before the Ring Ring, we had Bernard Fanning and Wish You Were Well. That's all on We Was Robbed, Saturday morning roundup of sport from the weekend. Very sad story, Roy, concerning... This was described to me as the greatest bout of New Zealand and Australian boxing ever.
Really?
This week. That's a big call. Because, of course, people who remember...
Mundine and Zoes. I thought that was the big one.
Well, this is bigger than that.
Really?
And remember, of course, there have been so many great amateur bouts connected with rugby league. Some people's parents and grandparents would remember the great Kevin Tamati Disher Dowling bout.
Oh, God, yes.
That's a long time ago. Yeah. But that was an amateur bout.
That was on the sideline, wasn't it?
Rugby league. People were watching rugby league and fights at the same time in those days. Yeah. But now... we had Solomon Omono fighting Joseph Parker, and let's not forget that this was a world title, the bout was a world title eliminator, meaning that whoever wins can now move on and take on. Is it still the Klitschko's who dominate? I
suppose it is. Yeah. There were two Klitschko brothers, weren't there? One was better than the other.
That's right. And, of course, I think there's a British heavyweight in there somewhere in the alphabet soup of boxing titles. So IBF, WBC, WBA and so on. Anyway, let me set out the problem here. I was talking to Jamie Pandanaram during the weekend. He gave me this information. The official timekeeper of the fight between Sol and Joe has declared that referee Bruce McTavish bungled the count that saw the Australian stopped in the fourth round midweek. The fourth round. Now, how did it happen? Humono was dropped by a Parker uppercut in the fourth round and appeared to beat the 77-year-old referee Bruce McTavish's count. However, he called the contest off, meaning Humono took the count, was about to get to his feet, but then the count was over, and so McTavish gave the bout to Parker. Right. Timekeeper Dave Kettle, he can't count, no. Dave Kettle and timekeeping. I've never seen anybody do it like it. He doesn't use a watch, It's all in the mind.
It's all in the
mind.
1
banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, that sort of thing.
Yep.
Now, Kettle said, we counted 1, 2, 3, and the referee came in with 7, so he missed 4 seconds, as in 4, 5, 6.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Easy mistake to make.
Easy mistake to make in the heat of the moment. Okay.
So, Kettle represents the New Zealand Professional Boxing Association, and the referee started in the wrong position. He should have started at 4, but he started at 7. So they count 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, obviously Solomon Omono could have resumed the perpendicular and recovered and fought on. Now, even commentators, Rob Sheridan counted to 8 on the live broadcast when Omono rose to his feet and told McTavish he wanted to continue. Right. Omono's team has launched an official protest with the WBC, the WBO, the sanctioning bodies. I was ready to go on, but unfortunately the referee decided to end it, Omono said, exclusively for We Was Robbed. I was fine. Tell the We Was Robbed listeners there was nothing wrong with me. I was ready to go. He asked me if I was fine. I was ready to go. Now, Humano's furious trainer, Justin Fortune, he places the witches' hats beautifully too, doesn't he? Now, he was up to 8. They weren't loud. They weren't clear. Bruce McTavish is a good referee, but come on, he comes back, and I thought he was coming back to tell me the wraps on the gloves were loose, or there was something wrong with the gloves, and he told me the fight was over. What do you mean? I said. The official sitting next to me was 3 seconds behind McTavish on the count. He's clearly stood up at 8. It's a world title eliminator. You can't call fights like that. They're protesting. If there's a protest uphill, there could be grounds for a rematch. Parker is 20-0 in his record with 17 knockouts, while Humono will have to reassess his career after the most devastating loss of his career.
Wow. Well, oh man. Okay, now the McTavish, Bruce McTavish, the
77-year-old referee.
Yeah. Now, has anyone? Is he still allowed to drive a car? I mean, is he? Is he able to negotiate life as a younger man might? I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm just wondering whether his competency. Well, surely his competency is drawn into question if the bloke can't count between 1 and 10. I mean, you take it as read that most people who are able to negotiate life, you take it as read that
Can
they
I
can
point out
count
that
from
maybe
1 to
there's
10.
a fatal flaw here in asking the referee in this modern era of boxing to do too much. Referee the bout, in your corner, stand, fight, box, all that sort of stuff. But take the counting from 1 to 10 to somebody who has credentials in that area, who's demonstrated to a board, the Professional Boxing Board, the New Zealand Professional Boxing Association, the Australian Professional Boxing Association, counting to 10. There used to be an old figure involved in boxing called Arthur Tunstall. This wouldn't. He's sadly dropped off the twig lately. Now, this wouldn't have happened in Tunstall.
Oh, God, no, this wouldn't have happened. I think Tunstall used to. He used to run a test of competency with each bout. He'd get the various referees aside and say, all right, come on, count 1 to 10 for me. Come on. 1, Arthur, have I got it? Yes! 1, 2, 3, 6, 4. No, mate, no. No, next. He'd weed them out. Because people were slipping through the net, as far as Arthur was concerned, who were not 110 literate. Yeah. Yeah. Right? Not 110 competent.
Do you blame
now,
schools?
You've got to get your certificate. I am 110 competent for a start. I mean, they're not difficult to get.
No.
You used to be able to get them at the council in the old days. Who knows with the current administration whether they're still available or not. And you used to have your 110 competency certificate upgraded every 3 months.
Now, 3 months. Now, look, I know this week there's been changes flagged in the New South Wales area, at least for the HSC, to focus more on numeracy and literacy. I'm just wondering if this is a perfect example of what the Education Minister's talking about.
Yeah, well, it's an alarm bell, isn't it?
It's certainly an alarm bell.
Is it a wake-up call?
Well, have they drawn a line in the sand?
Well,
they need to step up.
It is a wake-up call, isn't it? I mean, if people can't count to 10 anymore,
I know, it's tragic.
People who are in positions of
power and authority,
and can, if Solomon Hulmono, if his glittering career has come to a crash because a bloke missed 3 numbers.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, will this end up in court?
Well, it could. That worries me. I hate seeing boxing taken to court.
Yeah, I would too.
Look, can you...
But it looks as if with poor old Bruce McTavish, you're not going to get much sense once he's in the witness stand.
No, and do you think this is the end of the McTavish career?
Well, it may well be.
Well, I'd hate to see that because he does, as the commentator said, he's an excellent referee. Dave Kettle, it might have been,
Right.
who said, McTavish,
Yes.
an excellent referee and, keeps him part beautiful, control in the ring.
Let go.
Yeah, look, you can do all of that work.
Yeah.
In your corner, in your corner, in the neutral corner if you don't mind, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Look, boxing, it's a great sport. And the difficulty is, could you see this being a problem at the Olympics?
Well, I hope it isn't going to be. I hope this is going to be covered. But maybe you're right, HG. Maybe we do need specialists, 110 specialists.
Recently in a rugby league final...
When someone goes down, the official immediately gets up, starts counting.
1 banana,
Yeah.
2 bananas,
Yep.
3 bananas. Now, recently in rugby league, there was an incident, might have been involving the Cronulla Sharks or the Far North Queensland Cowboys, who lost a match
Yep.
because of a 7-tackle try. Now, people who don't know rugby league, it's 6 tackles, and then the ball is turned over to the other team.
Yeah.
A 7-tackle, and then they scored, I think, on the 7-tackle try, meaning on the last play of the ball they were able to score, which should have been the other team.
Yes.
Now, that was a wake-up call, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, see, with your gridiron sort of gets over this problem by, as soon as the tackle's made, everything stops and it comes up first down and 10 or first down what have you, and everyone knows where they are. Well, maybe rugby league's got to look at this, HG. When a tackle is made, the game stops. Dong! Big number comes up. Everyone knows. Oh, that was the first tackle. Oh, okay. Now we know.
Yeah.
Tweet. Game continues. You see what I mean?
I know.
Maybe it's come to that.
Maybe the game is so
if
professional.
people aren't, if boxing referees aren't 110 compliant, and now you're suggesting that some rugby league referees
Can't count to 6.
are not 1-6 compliant.
I know.
Well, it is a wake-up call, isn't it?
I saw that the referee's number compliance, and he was 110 compliant.
Was he?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? He thought there were 10 tackles before the had to change. Simple mistake to make.
Oh, it is.
That very awkward silence is the sound of losing. Seldom heard on We Was Robbed.
Well, Roy, it's been an incredible week for golf. We had this amazing British Open at Royal Troon, where Phil Mickelson went down to the Heinrich Stenson from Norway, I think it was.
He did.
And he's the first Scandinavian to win a major, I think that's right.
Is that right?
Yeah, hard to imagine, isn't it? Could produce so many great golfers over the years.
Wow.
And I thought the drama of it, you don't often get it that good at golf at that level. And of course, then this was overshadowed, I suppose, the great success of Troon by Aaron Baddeley's runaway success in America, where now Aaron Baddeley, who's really the forgotten man of Australian golf apart from Mark Hensby, who's now got a card, I think, for the next 2 years to play on the circuit in America, which is great news.
This is Aaron has he?
Aaron has, yeah.
Isn't that great?
It is great. I'm not sure what's happened to Mark Hensby. The listeners will know, I know, because many Hensby freaks out there. But what I wanted to draw attention to is that New South Wales Junior Golf Championships are going to be held on the central coast of New South Wales for the next 2 years. This is great news.
That's good news for the Central Coast, isn't it?
Yeah, they're going from strength to strength. There's a bid to get V8 supercars. I'm not sure what's happened to the V8 supercar challenge in Gosford. They've got a tennis centre of excellence there already that they've just spent quite a lot of money on upgrading. And now
there's Graham Park, of course.
Well, Graham Park, yes.
Yeah.
And the V8 supercars, I understand, were going to come down past Graham Park.
Okay.
And a lot of people would have sat in the grandstands in Graham Park and seen the V8 supercars all around.
Yep.
It's a beautiful possibilities of a circuit there. Now, Shelley Beach and Toukley Golf Clubs will host the prestigious championships. This is the Junior Golf Championships, attract more than 300 best golfers around Australia.
Yep.
This year they were played at the Wyong Golf Club earlier this month. Multiple events are run throughout the week, including New South Wales Boys and Girls Junior Championships, Country Junior Championships, Inter-District Teams Championship, New South Wales Junior Championship, the Championship of Champions, and the New South Wales State Age Junior Championship. So over 4 days tournament, junior golfers over the next couple of years at Shelley Beach and Toukley will play each course before a halfway cut will determine whether they play at Shelley Beach or Toukley for the final 2 days. So it's a terrifically complicated variety of courses.
Yeah.
Not just stuck on one course, which is easily get bored.
Yeah. Are they a link-style course?
Some of those would be link styles. Yeah,
Yeah.
I assume Shelley Beach probably is.
Yep.
Not sure about Toukley. Now, the great, what would I call it, nursery for golf. I noticed Jack Newton was on the Central Coast for the recent hit-off. He said it's one of juniors golf's 4 majors, this New South Wales Junior Golf Championship. It's one of the biggest junior events in the world. It's pretty special. I like to get around and see what's going on and to see the kids doing well. It's quite flattering to see the amount of talent in New South Wales.
Yep.
Both the clubs obviously qualify, extremely pleased to have these events there. But that's a great button, especially in part because you expect these things to bob up in big cities.
Yeah.
There's a great move, obviously, of concern about infrastructure development blowing away big cities. But to think that both the Shelley Beach and Toukley golf clubs will be plugging that gap for the junior golf in coming years.
Yeah, well, that's a feather in the cap for both those terrific clubs on the central coast of New South Wales. And I always thought Queensland had the edge when they, with the dedicated golfing high school program they've got, which has really been fantastic and has produced, people like Aaron Badley and, of course, Adam Scott, great golfers. And I think Jason Day might be a product, too, of the Queensland golfing high schools. And they've raised the bar, and it's good to see that New South Wales is starting to lift as well. At this stage, we do not have dedicated New South Wales golfing high schools, but that's got to come.
Yeah, yes. What an interesting insight that is. A dedicated golfing high school that probably would have maths going up to 18 holes.
Yes.
And a scorecard maybe up round about, say, 72 plus 5, maybe
That's
about
right.
77.
Yep.
All up. It's a fantastic,
Yes, it is.
fantastic program.
Yeah.
Now, sadly, that brings us end of We Was Robbed for another week, but you'll be back next Saturday morning.
I certainly look forward to it, HG. It's marvellous. It's marvellous being able to review. And somebody once said this is the most exciting time to be in Australia.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I think there's a germ of truth to that.
Let's hope you can join us for more excitement. And remember, if you want to relive the excitement, you can on the podcast, which will be up in a couple of minutes after we pull up stumps here right now on We Was Robbed for another week on Kindling Kids Radio. Bye now. See you next Sunday morning, 8 o'clock.
That's it for this week, robbers. The boys will be back next Saturday from 8 a.m. Remember, you can relive all the action by heading to our website, kindling.com.au. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, it's Saturday morning. The shorts are up, the mouthguard is in, and the oranges are cut. That means it's time for Chris Taylor and HG Nelson to hook into a winning grin on We Was Robbed.
Yes, good morning everyone and welcome to We Was Robbed for another Saturday morning, an exciting weekend ahead of us with lots of action right across Australia. Of course, sadly, Chris Taylor can't be with us this morning. He's treading the planks in Newcastle still and we'll be back next week to ride shotgun with me on We Was Robbed. But with this morning we're joined once again by rampaging Roy Slaven. Roy, can I set you off the leash, get the bunny in motion by asking for a few highlights from your week, buddy?
Yes, thanks very much, H.C. Nelson. Marvellous to be here again. And what a great week it's been. A lot of people said to me, it's been a quiet week. Well, no, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Could I suggest, HG, I'm not alone in thinking that Australian swimming has what I'd call its mojo back. Mm-hmm. Isn't it good to see?
It is. It's turned the corner.
I realised how much I'd missed the mojo. God, London. I don't want to go there. We won't be talking about London today, certainly in the context of Australian swimming, where it lost its mojo. Thank you very much.
Drowned.
Missile. I'll just leave that there. Now, Sheeds. Now, arguably... Sheeds is the game's greatest thinker.
Are you going on air this morning on We Was Rob
Yep.
suggesting that Kevin Sheedy,
Yep.
the former Bomber
Yep.
champ and Tiger champ and coach,
The
Essendon
Giants, former Giants.
former Giants coach.
Giants coach.
Yeah, he's really travelled around.
Yeah.
That Sheeds is the game's greatest thinker. What about Eddie Maguire? Can't get a single.
Yeah, no, it's close, isn't it?
Yeah,
It
it's
is
close.
close. Anyway, well, had Eddie said something half as smart as this week, he would be the Graham's greatest thinker, but he didn't.
What's Kevin
Sheeds is suggesting that the season should begin with a game overseas.
Round one should be played
Overseas.
Did he name places that he wanted to?
Oh, the usual. Auckland, Wellington.
Right.
Moresby.
Moresby.
I'd push the boat a little bit further out.
Yeah, so would I.
There's China,
China.
obviously, upwards in everyone's minds at the moment. China. Let's not forget Tajikistan, and let's not forget Russia. Now, moving on, many are arguing that Jordan Spieth, remember him, may never recover from his Masters meltdown.
Right.
May never recover.
He's got sharkitis.
Yeah. Shark never recovered. No. Same thing happened to Sharky. Well, Jordan, look at Shark. That's going to be you. Now, Brad Hogg. A lot of people haven't been talking about Brad Hogg, but I have. Now, Brad Hogg is said to be in the best form of his life at the moment in the IPL. Best form of his life?
I think he's 45.
45,
That's a
I
big
know.
call.
It is a big call, I know. It just shows you how ordinary he was when he was
Younger.
Yeah. Kevin Peterson, talking about someone who was better when he was younger, he's said to be thinking of extending his test-playing career in cricket by playing for South Africa.
Right.
Now, what an idea that would be.
That's a
Have a
fact.
South African playing for South Africa. Just, I know it does my head in too, but just bear with me. Now, on other matters to do with rugby league, Todd Carney is to sue for wrongful dismissal. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he was dismissed for bringing the game to disrepute. Now, I'm suggesting that his lawyer has suggested that the fountain wasn't his.
Wow, that is going to be a
fascinating case.
court
I know.
And I think he's up for 2.3 million he's suing.
Yeah, something like that.
Quite a lot of money.
So quite a lot of money. And just finally, actually, the Waratahs versus the Brumbies, I think they might be on tonight. Mm-hmm. Israel Folau as centre. Well, it's not going to work, is it? I mean, there's an old sporting maxim I've lived through all my life, or lived with, and that is you never weaken a strength to strengthen a weakness.
This is the home of the halftime orange before the match has begun. This is We Was Robbed.
Yes, speaking of Sheeds and obviously overseas football, this week was an enormous week for the AFL with the Prime Minister, that's Malcolm Turnbull, formerly, for those who follow Malcolm's sporting career, I think he played rugby union not very well as a youngster, and then he became very rusted on to the Eastern Suburbs Roosters, now the Sydney City Roosters, now the Roosters, and became a very big advocate for rugby league, so much so that he turned up, I think, at a lot of awards nights last year and impressed everybody with his understanding of the game.
Did he really? Has he been to the Dally M's, that sort of thing?
He's been to the Dally M's, yes, that's right.
I had no idea.
Yeah, no, they were very thrilled to get him along there. Obviously, he needed to, read the back page of a paper for a while before he turned up, but that's...
Well, he can master a brief very quickly.
He can.
Yeah.
Now, this week he's been in China and he's talking up the idea of AFL being played in China, and it's the Port Power Club that are already broadcasting matches in Mandarin, have some sort of connection merchandise-wise with the Chinese community, and are hopefully playing a game in Shanghai next year.
Wow.
As I understand it, the Gold Coast Suns and the GWS, very, very go-ahead clubs, are keen to also chime in on this overseas foray.
Right.
But what I liked was the PM's really come around. He says, I think, obviously, there's no more exciting time to be an AFL player. But I think, this is a quote, by the way, I think as we all know, and I say this as a former mediocre rugby player, AFL is the most exciting football code.
Is a most or the most?
No, that's right.
Which
The
article
most.
did he use?
The most.
The most. The
exciting
definite
football code.
article.
Yeah.
Well, how must the Eastern Suburbs Roosters feel?
They'd be shocked.
Well, it's a real kick in the guts, isn't it? Especially when they're down at the moment. I think they've had the worst start since 1907.
And they've only won one match.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's against their arch enemy, the Rabbits.
Yeah.
But no, this is very, very confusing.
Yeah.
Now, In the course of this, what would I call it, spruik for having the Port Power come to, I must say the Chinese community that he was talking to seemed a little bit baffled, partly because, as I understand it, there's no word for oval in Chinese. They don't have that shape.
Oh, okay.
You know, so they were a bit lost in translation about what he was talking about, being played on an oval ground with an oval ball and all that sort of stuff.
Wow, that must have held them back as a culture, you'd have to think. There's no word for oval.
See, they don't have an understanding of AFL.
No. Well, no.
No.
Anyway, Speedway would trouble them too, you'd think.
Well, can I point out, and you raise a fascinating thing there, because didn't we send the V8 supercars up to Shanghai for a few years?
Yeah, we did.
Now, were they...
They must have been baffled by it's going nowhere. It's going nowhere.
Round in a
sport,
circle.
yeah.
Yes. Now, look, can I ask...
What about trigonometry? Surely they've embraced the circle in some way.
Well, obviously the circle...
What about pi?
The circle isn't an oval.
Well,
the
no,
circle
it's not, is it?
It's a round shape with a
yes,
sort of
it's like egg shaped. Do they get the egg?
Oh, they would. Well, maybe Malcolm Turnbull
maybe we've got to talk in
egg.
terms of eggs. This is an egg sport played on an egg ground.
Not bad. Now, one fascinating thing about this, of course, Malcolm's helpers had unearthed the fact there were a number of Chinese players in the history of the game, in the AFL game, and he mentioned all of those. But even more fascinating than that, that there's an original football code in China called Cuju, spelt C-U-J-U.
Oh, yes.
And
is that related to Haspartum?
I think so. I think
the ancient Greek/Roman form of rugby league, we call it today.
It is. Yeah. Look, I've got no idea of Cuju.
No. Is it played on an egg?
We Was Robbed is the place where champions gather to rub salt into new wounds. Here on Kindling Kids Radio.
And Roy, it was a big week for football in China this week because on Tuesday, FIFA, that's the world governing body for football, was overjoyed with, wait for this is the announcement, the Chinese government would build 20,000 soccer training centres, 70,000 soccer pitches, and have 50 million playing the game by the end of the decade and be a world football superpower by 2050. The end of the decade, might I remind you, it's 2016, the end of the decade.
4 years.
They're going to have 50 million people playing the game. Now, I'm just wondering, these centres of soccer excellence, in Australia, we've established, as nearly as I can tell, one rugby league centre of excellence at Penrith.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you any idea of what that would do to a nation if you had, obviously 20,000 of those?
Yeah.
And can I ask you to pause and reflect? Imagine if we had done this with Australian tennis.
Well, yeah. Well, we had that happening almost naturally. There was a centre of excellence in every town. That the council would provide a centre of excellence for tennis for free in days gone by. And this is why we dominated world tennis for so long, through the 50s and 60s when it was free. Look, I think this is a tremendous idea. I mean, China is showing the way, isn't it? I mean, it's the ratios, isn't it? I mean, if you put in, say, 20,000, and a lot of people are talking stadia here at the moment, certainly in New South Wales, certainly Mike Baird has gone a little bit stadia crazy. And I was looking forward to maybe 4 or 5 new stadia being built, and this is being ratcheted right down now, right back. We're just having the Grand Old Girl, Stadium Australia, is going to have what's called a makeover, whatever that means. And the SFS, which I think is the greatest boutique
rectangular ground
venue for the rectangular games, in the world. It's going to have what's called a makeover. So that's it. And China is making us look stupid. Absolutely, they must look at us and giggle. No, they must laugh uproariously. That's what's happening here. I mean, they make an announcement of 20,000 stadia, and we make an announcement of 2 makeovers.
Find We Was Robbed on Facebook. Just search for Kindling Radio.
Roy, I know you went to the university, you were disappointed, you'd love to see a copy of How to Play Rugby League. Would you, obviously translate it, or would you expect...
I think you'd have to translate it each year,
yes. But do you think, from your experience of China, and let's face it, you've roamed around China a fair bit, the people there are receptive to a rugby league message? And I remind you that you've taken a rugby league message to some very unusual parts of the world.
Yes,
I remember you thrilled Turkey with a trip there once.
Yes, that's
talking
right.
about rugby league.
Yeah. Through a few green shoots emerging. I know the Turks have other things to worry about at the moment, but and you'd have to imagine probably rugby league is not all that high on the agenda. But my understanding, my contacts there are telling me that that there are one or two teams in Istanbul, and there's a team on the in the east and a team in the west, and there is talk of a clash coming up between those two teams.
Right, a sort of state of origin.
Would be, yeah, very similar, yeah.
Now, yes, I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Now, in China, is it possible? What would your timeline be? Obviously, with the World
By
Game.
the end of the decade, I'd like to see, two conferences, a Northern Conference and a Southern Conference, with maybe 4,000 or 5,000 teams in each, culminating. Obviously, you'd have to play 4 or 5 times a day to get to a grand final. But it can happen each year. I mean, with China, always the mistake people make with China is not appreciating the scale. It's the scale that you've got to take on board. It's fine if you had a great idea, as I did once, of the Chinese love of eating rabbit's heads. Now, it seemed to me that we have a lot of rabbits here in Australia, and there are a lot of people in China who wouldn't mind having their heads. That's fine. I went over and I had a few meetings, and beauty. I said to them I could guarantee, probably bringing in maybe 20 or 30 heads a week, and they looked at me and said, Mr. Slaven, we would need, 20 or 30 million heads a week. And I just had to scratch my head and think, well, how am I going to catch 20 million rabbits a week? It just...
The scale.
Yeah, it's the scale that does you.
Staggering.
Yeah.
And so somebody who spent, say, trying to promote rugby league there with 250,000 Aussie dollars wouldn't be getting very far.
Not very far at all.
Can I say, remember, this takes you back a little bit, when rugby league tried to get into Melbourne, we developed a scheme. This is in Victoria. People will forget because the Storm has been such a successful club on all levels.
Yes.
With the Melbourne community. We developed a technique suggesting that we sent a Steeden football and $1,000 to every PE teacher in Victoria.
That's right.
Which we persuaded the rugby league in its wisdom to do.
Yes.
And the results have just been...
Melbourne Storm.
Yeah.
Now... And is there talk of a second team in Melbourne yet? Actually, there'd have to be.
Yeah, based around the Geelong area.
Yes.
Now, would you suggest a similar technique? I'm not sure how physical education fits into the education system in China. That's something for the boffins at the various embassies to work out.
Yeah.
But would you think a simple gesture of sending every physical education teacher in China a Steeden footy and $1,000, obviously converted into one, would be a good first step?
It would be a good first step, and a few Guernseys. But again, it's scale, HG.
I understand that. I know what I'm saying.
Because let me see. How many physical education teachers would there be? Maybe 40 or 50 million, maybe more. Let's say 100 million. Now, that's a lot of money. That's 100 million. That's $1 billion, plus 100 million balls. Now, have we got 100 million balls to send? See what I mean? Scale.
Yeah.
Scale. I mean, another way might be to send them the pattern of how to make a ball.
We want to hear from you, robbers. Call us now on 1800 Kids Radio.
A couple of people have been in touch with us. We've got Mick in Coolangatta. Roy, he'd like to see the Swannies play AFL in their spiritual home of Bodo in Norway.
What a good idea. Isn't that a great idea?
Are you familiar with the Bodo world?
I'm not, but I have heard whispers about Norwegian football that are very exciting. Very exciting. It's the green shoots aren't terribly tall at this stage, but they will.
They'll come.
Yeah.
We're fantastic to see round 1, 2017, Swans v GWS, the Battle of the Bridge, Bodo, Norway. And Chris suggests that AFL should be played everywhere. He or she describes it as the best game in the world.
Wow.
So
you get the world game. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Olive ball.
And Paul's got in touch with us. And Paul, you've got an idea about how we're going to build all these 20 million balls that we need.
Yeah, g'day fellas, how you going? Great to have you back.
Good.
Look, I think that you've overlooked a crucial point in how we're going to manage this because, of course, the balls themselves surely are made in China like everything else. So you don't have to ship them anywhere. They're already there.
That's true, but what we need to do is a mechanism to keep them in China. I mean, don't let the balls go. Maybe we need a 3-word slogan. Yeah. The great thing, as well as obviously the ball manufacturer, most of merchandising that belongs to every club and is part of, obviously what you're spending hard-earned on, is all made in China as well, isn't it?
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? It's all sport just emanates from China these days. It's the way of the future.
Thanks very much for those comments this morning, Paul, on
Cheers.
Kindling's Kids Radio. And you can hear the future of Kindling Radio in the background right there, obviously chiming in with a comment about world sport. Roy, just changing tack slightly, but this is a theme you and I have often thought about. Yep. A bat, this is cricket, used by a 21-year-old Don Bradman, used on his groundbreaking tour of England in 1930. Oh, yes. It's going to be auctioned this week. Bradman had played against England in 28 and 29 in Australia, and the English said that when he got to England he would struggle on the pitches, which of course was a red rag to a bull for him, according to Bradman Museum curator David Wells. They thought his slightly unorthodox batting style wouldn't suit the English wickets. The result was quite astonishing. Obviously a very dominant tour by the 21-year-old. The bat is expected to fetch somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000. Is there any chance this could go offshore? And you know where I'm thinking?
Yeah, China. Yeah, it'll go to China for sure. And
they got the money.
Yeah, they've certainly got the money. And that seems just a little light on for me. What great value it is, isn't it? I mean, surely the government should step in. The Institute of Sport, someone like that, and force the bid up. I mean, if the Chinese are going to buy it, and I'm sure they are, let's push them a little bit.
Now, or buy it for the nation.
Yes.
And do a tour of schools,
yes,
which may take some time in Australia.
Yes.
But a tour of schools, maybe a morning at one school in the primary school, and then the high school associated with that primary school in the afternoon.
Yes.
And I take your point entirely. I mean, Antiques Roadshow comes to our aid here.
I love that show.
They had a Bradman bat.
Yep.
There, I think, when they were at somewhere in Somerset, maybe at Wells Cathedral.
Yeah.
Doing their gear.
What they value it at, HG? And it
4 million.
4 million, yeah. That would have been an old show. That would be going back a few years, so it would have accrued more value now. So 4 million. Was that pounds, HG, or
pounds.
Euros? Yeah, okay,
pounds.
Yeah, all right.
It was a bat that they thought that Don had touched.
Yeah.
Not used.
Yeah, was it a photograph of him touching it?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah,
there was, and there was a fairly good provenance. Or,
the story.
The story.
The my grandmother.
Yeah. Met the Don, held the bat to him, he touched it, away she went. And it's been kept in, bubble wrap ever since.
Yes, hermetically sealed. Yeah, no, that's good. But this bat is very exciting. I know that bat. I have seen it. I've laid eyes on it. It is a very impressive bit of gear, and to imagine he averaged over 100 in English conditions with that bat is astounding. Now, I would like to see, as you say, the AIS buy it for the nation, and maybe take it to China and tour it to every school in China. Sure, it's going to take a fair while to get around. Maybe we won't see it back here in our lifetime, let's face it, or Paul's kiddies' lifetime, to be honest. But it would send a message, especially if the message is the olive ball game. Kids, here's Don Bradman's bat. Have you thought about the AFL?
What? I thought you were going to say something entirely different. You know all about the olive ball game. We've got another game equally as interesting that involves a bat.
Right.
Do you understand?
Well, that could work as well.
Yeah. I mean,
because the kids in China are fascinated by the Don Bradman story. They can't get enough of it.
And let's face it, once we put the oval in, they're going to think, well, we pay footy on this 6 months of the year. What are we going to do with the rest of the time? Oh, I know. Let's play cricket.
Cricket.
That's another game, oval ball game. Yeah. But the truth of the matter is these bats don't come up that often now.
No, they don't.
Most of them, there's a fair market in fake Don Bradman bats.
Yeah, the Chinese are banging them out. By
4 million a day.
Thousands, yes.
But it'll be interesting to see what happens to this one. And if you do want to get in touch with us, 0437 665 200.
That very awkward silence is the sound of losing. Seldom heard on We Was Robbed.
Yes. Roy, a very disturbing story this week concerns cowboys involved in the fitness industry. I think Michelle Bridges, who's the star presenter of Australia's Greatest Loser, and I hope I've got that title of that
or is
show.
it Biggest Loser? I don't
Biggest
know.
Loser. It might be Biggest Loser.
She's very fit, though, isn't she?
She's super fit. She's very concerned that there are a number of people who, well, let's face it, aren't ticketed, running fitness classes because it's a way to make an easy buck. She says, it seems every second person is a personal trainer these days. I'm still doing my work with the Australian Institute of Sport, and I think it's important to have properly qualified trainers out there.
Yes.
The main role of a personal trainer is to apply expert knowledge and encourage their client to meet their goals.
Yes.
Now, a spokesperson for the organisation, this is the Fitness Australia, said they were concerned about cowboy trainers out there operating without qualifications, insurance, basic first aid skills.
Oh, yes.
The spokesman, Andrew McCullum, said people's lives are at risk if they didn't choose a qualified trainer.
Yeah.
It's certainly a concern for us. This is the Australian Fitness Institute. And we're encouraging the consumer to be aware of that and ask their trainer if they're qualified.
Yeah.
Personal trainers need a minimum fitness industry qualification, so the certificate in fitness, as well as ongoing training in the development of, just say, CPR and first aid.
Right.
These cowboys, Roy, could this be right that people would...
I don't believe a word of it, HG. I cast an eye.
You're pretty close to the fitness community.
Well, I am. I love Fitness Australia. I love the Fitness Institute, and I'm always visiting their website and getting new ideas and updates on... different ways of getting your qualifications up, because information is changing all the time. There was a time when, lifting 1,000 bricks a day was thought to be a terrific exercise, and, other days, people move on to different things. My experience, and I go around and I visit a lot of parks in Australia, wherever I go to, just to keep an eye on what's going on, and I'm very impressed with what I see with people holding the boxing gloves, the pads up, and getting people to whack into them, and off you shoot. Let's have another run around the park. Let's double it up. Let's go
flat out.
Let's go flat out. No, pull back. I'm amazed they have stopwatches, and I think if you've got a whistle and a stopwatch and some boxing pads, then you're qualified.
Yeah. And a bottle of water. A bottle of water. The hydration is the key to it, especially in Australia with temperatures rising all the time.
I know. The hydration is probably the most important. It's the forgotten aspect of fitness, isn't it? Hydration. So you're right. All you need really is a bottle of water and a bit of a bark, isn't it? Get a wriggle on.
Can I ask?
Come on, lard, move it.
Now, I take your point entirely about updating.
Yeah. But how do you prove someone's a cowboy?
Yes.
I mean, are we expecting the police to go around to parks every day of the week, morning, noon and night, and say, well,
show us your
ticket,
buddy?
And is there an official ticket you can get?
Well, the standardisation of fitness training, surely we've got to get it into universities and have a degree in fitness.
Yes.
I'm sure that would be available.
Yeah. What about a uniform? Uniform you can only earn if you've done the qualifying course through the AIS or the various institutions of sport and the universities and the TAFEs, etc.
What an excellent idea. And none of this online rubbish that you can get for $1 from Iowa University either.
Yeah.
Now, look, coming back to your improving standards and all that sort of stuff, what I'm impressed by is this rope work that I see people doing, where they get a very big rope and flick it up and down. Oh. That must be incredibly good.
Yes, it's got to be good for you. Yeah.
And then,
as long as you stay hydrated, HG, as you point out, because that rope work can burn you right out.
And kettlebells, those big weights they throw above their heads.
What about a medicine ball?
Well, a medicine ball, exactly. And let's not.
I haven't seen a medicine ball in a park. What's going on with trainers? Is the medicine ball? I always thought it the most important thing. That and a bottle of water, obviously. The medicine ball that was a must-take. The first thing in the boot.
Indeed. And I take your point, you can get obviously a 2 kilo, a 5 kilo, up to a 60 kilo medicine ball. Yeah. And I can see a lot of, you see that with rugby league players. They know their way around a medicine ball, throwing it to each other, throwing it over their shoulder, running up and down with it. Yes. It's just terrific exercise. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, of course, they get plenty of time to pause to have a drink of water.
Yeah, that's right.
But do you think this is something that, one of those hard-hitting shows, I don't know, quite like, I know...
The Current Affair?
Well,
60 Minutes?
60 Minutes. I know they get their hands full with problems elsewhere in the world, but,
that's true.
Would they be able to get into that and demonstrate what's the right way to go about it?
Yeah, well, look, Michelle would know. I mean, no one knows the fitness industry, and no one knows fitness like Michelle Bridges.
No, that's true. That's true.
And if Michelle is sending out some warnings, if Michelle is concerned, I think the nation should be concerned.
Right.
Do
you think her next
I've turned right around. I thought fitness, Australia's, we're going great. Punching well above our weight in the fitness industry. I thought. Silly me. Mm-hmm. Maybe Michelle knows more. Well, she would know more. Well, she is the industry.
She is at the pointy end of the industry.
She is.
Look, I've got to say is that the one thing that worries me about this is do we need,
more jails to put the cowboys in? Yes.
If flops and fiascos, botches and breakdowns are your go, We Was Robbed is your show.
And coming up in a little while in the Cat Flap, the Coaching Cat Flap, our corner, where we're able to chat about coaching issues, training and so on. We've got Melissa Tapper, our dual Olympian in Rio, playing table tennis, both for Australia, obviously enough, in the Olympics and the Paralympics. If you want to get involved, 0437 665 200. And Sam is enjoying the program, Roy, this morning. Obviously, all the chat about footy, China, etc., and the tunes.
Isn't that good?
That's terrific. Well, Sam, he's a good critic.
Sam knows his radio. Sam knows his sport. And he's a very fit bloke.
Yeah. He loves the medicine ball work, and he never forgets to have a drink.
No, that's true.
A drink of water.
Hydrated, yes.
Hydrated. He stays hydrated.
It's so important. I forgot that.
Yeah, I know. It's easy to forget.
Yeah.
Look, a sad development this week in the town of Wangaratta in Victoria. Look, there was an outbreak of strangles, which forced the abandonment of the Wangaratta race meeting. Now, strangles is a very contagious disease that affects the upper respiratory tract of horses, and it can be life-threatening to young horses.
Yes.
Obviously, Racing Victoria's steward Peter Ryan said on veterinary advice they had to shut down the main gate and keep all the horses that might be coming to the races away because they didn't want to spread the infection. Strangles can be transmitted through the air. And, sorry, I've said that wrong.
While I don't think it can be.
No, you're correct. Yeah. You're absolutely right. While it can't be transmitted through the air, it can be passed on via contact. Roy, did the king ever suffer from strangles?
No, he didn't, mercifully, but it was my greatest fear.
Mm-hmm.
I think any horse trainer, any horse breeder, anyone who has anything to do with the equine community, fear the word strangles. I know there was an outbreak that people still talk about that happened back in '57.
Mm-hmm.
Mercifully, I wasn't around at the time to experience it, and I'm glad I wasn't, because those who were around at the time still talk about it. So much so that the word strangles, nobody likes to use the word anymore.
No, sort of like
when
Macbeth.
Was the last time you saw the word strangles appear in the newspaper? Could I suggest never?
This is the first time.
Yeah.
This is the first time. I was completely innocent of the word strangles.
Yeah. Look, the nation, I think the world has been in denial about strangles. Now, how big is the quarantine area being set up? Could I suggest a quarantine area should be statewide? Could I suggest all horses should be in what we'd call lockdown? For at least a month.
A month. Do you think that's been draconian? The incubation period's quite long. I understand about a week to 10 days.
Yes. Yes.
Bob up.
Yes. Yes. Is there talk of? I mean, I hate to use the term "put down," but
not yet, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
I think they've got this pretty well under control. I know Racing Victoria, we're onto it. Look, they describe it as the fruit fly of the equine world.
Yeah.
You know what happens, of course, when there's an outbreak of fruit fly, they take all the fruit off the trees until they contain the infestation.
Yes.
This is, I think, strangles is similar.
Right.
It's a beautiful term, though, to describe the illness, isn't it? Because the upper respiratory tract on a horse is so crucial to it being alive.
I know. I know. And once a horse has strangles, actually, there's nothing you can do.
No.
It's a case of sit back and
Hope for the best.
Hope for the best, or reach for the 303.
Now, in our occasional series, we're moving on here, leaving strangles behind, of stars and their cameras. This week, it was terrific to see some pictures of Buddy Franklin and his hobby taking photographs. Now, Buddy Franklin, of course, the big plucky number 23 for the Sydney Swans, is a mad photographer. And this was only drawn to my attention in the same week that I discovered Guy Sebastian now has a column about how to take great photographs.
Wow.
Now, I was completely oblivious to these great skills that we have in both our footy play and our show business world. Buddy's style with a camera, Roy, does he make any obvious mistakes? I know...
Well, it's to do with the control of light, isn't it, and an understanding of light. And I know Buddy takes his photography very, very seriously. He uses, to begin with, he likes using a single lens reflex camera, and has his own darkroom, obviously, with the red light, and has his own, chemicals.
Very old school.
Developing products, and one thing and another. And a couple of the photographs I have seen him, while I haven't been quite in focus, the light's been good. I've always said, get your light right and focus will follow. And I have in no doubt, down the track, that Buddy will start to understand that it requires just a little bit of patience. When it comes to the focus work. Anyone can bang off. It's one of those things like personal training, really. Anyone thinks they can do it.
The great thing is that I think patience was something...
Yeah. Is he ticketed? I mean, he's obviously done the course, Buddy Franklin.
Uh-huh.
He's done that course in photography. I think he went, in the old days you'd call it tech.
Yeah.
He went to tech to learn photography. And he's mastered all the skills apart from focus. And that will come. That's a personal thing.
Mate, look, can I just say patience? And I think you're absolutely right. I think that was in Guy Sebastian's top 5 tips about how to take great photos.
Yeah.
Patience was one of the key words that he had.
Yeah.
He said, obviously you get multiple points of interest in a photograph.
That's
right. You obviously, he wasn't so bothered by focus. I think that he feels as though that's a bit beneath him.
He probably uses a self-focusing camera, HG, unlike Buddy, who's still, battling on with the manual, the twisty knob.
Twisty knob. Look, subject matter, obviously, I think Buddy was, the main interest that Buddy seems to have is taking photos of his girlfriend.
All right, I thought you were going to say taking photographs of himself.
Buddy's left that long.
Okay.
Ago. He's moved on to photographs of other people.
Right. Okay.
Look, do you think that after footy, photography could be something, Buddy? Has he got enough time now to allow the patients to?
Yeah. Look, I think so. I'd love to see Buddy, sent out on, out to cover something.
Right.
To start with something simple like a car accident on the M2, something like that. Buddy, can you
duck
over and get us a couple of shots, and then move on to the more challenging ones? Like it's very hard. Say, for example, people often say to me, "What's a tricky thing to photograph?" I say an earthquake.
And now, robbers, it is time for Coach's Cat Flap, a regular powwow with the biggest brains of sport.
And in the Cat Flap this morning, we, as mentioned, have Melissa Tapper as a special guest. But before we get to Melissa, this dual ball fiasco in rugby league, Roy, I need to explain this a little bit, but Jordan Rankin, who was on the receiving end of the double ball bunger, has described the second ball fiasco, which led to him fumbling a bomb, as not in the spirit of the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I saw it, I couldn't believe it. Because I said to you at the time, look, there's another ball on the park.
Yeah, watch out.
It's a 2-ball game.
Yeah. Look, what happened was it was a bizarre situation at Hunter Stadium, Tigers v Knights, for those, obviously the western suburbs, Tigers, Balmain Tigers, the consortium there playing the Newcastle Knights. And Jordan spilled a regulation kick after being distracted when another ball entered the field. The error resulted in a line dropout before Newcastle scored on their way to a 2-point win.
Yeah.
Rankin tried to catch the Trent Hodgkins bomb.
Yes.
As he tried to catch it, obviously coming from a fair way down the park. He's underneath it. Newcastle forward Corbin Sims grubbered a rogue ball thrown from the crowd, which fired past Rankin.
Yes.
Now, they're great mates, Corbin and Jordan. And he said in a post-match extensive interview for We Was Robbed, I was looking at the ball out of the corner of my eye and I saw this white thing come flying at me at eye level. It was probably about half a metre away from me and I was ready to catch the ball, and then I had to glance down at this thing that was flying at me. I was not expecting it to be a footy.
Yeah.
I don't know quite what he's expecting it to be, but be that as it may. By the time I looked back up, the ball was at eye height and it fell through me. It's not in the spirit of the game.
Yeah.
Tigers coach Jason Taylor said after the game that Rankin should have still caught the ball, comparing the situation to an everyday event at training. Gives you an idea of the depth that Jason Taylor's got these Tigers working at. At training, you have balls flying around everywhere and you don't expect that, but you don't expect one to come flying past your face in the middle of the game. I've got no hard feelings. Everyone had a good laugh at it in the past couple of days. I've had a good laugh at it. It wasn't as important as everyone's making it out.
Well, I didn't have a good laugh.
No.
I didn't laugh
You were
at all.
tight-lipped and ashen face when you saw it.
I thought to myself, where's the bunker? Where was the bunker? A season ago, that would have gone upstairs. It would have. But no, the bunker.
The bunker.
Yeah. No, I was terribly disappointed. I left there and then. I left the stadium. I was ropeable. Mm-hmm. Ashen-faced, as you say. I didn't know who to turn to because I felt rugby league had let me down. Mm-hmm. That doesn't happen often.
Now, can I come to the spirit of the game?
Yeah.
The spirit of the game.
Spirit of the game it begins with one ball on the park. If you allow more than that, then the spirit of the game's gone.
Do you feel as though the referees have to be able to step in and bin a player who does something like that? Because obviously the player knows the second ball isn't meant to be there.
Yes.
He can see the first ball in the air coming down to Jordan, who's camped underneath it.
Yes.
The second ball comes on, he should just either kick it to the side or ignore it.
Yeah.
Because
He socketed it.
He did.
He did deliberately to
put off his mate, Jordan.
Yeah, he did. So, how many referees have we got out there? I needed one to blow the whistle and penalise. Mm-hmm. There should have been a penalty to the Tigers for playing outside the spirit of the game.
Now, you may not know this, but is there in the rules some mechanism that allows the referee to stop the game, clear the problem, whatever the problem is, and restart the game?
Well, yes. Look, I can remember years ago, HG, we were playing a game. It was, I think it was a Group 10 semi-final in Orange against the Orange Sims.
Orange Sims, yes.
And somebody drove their car onto the paddock, right, during the game. We weren't in possession of the ball, and the car loomed up, on the Sims side of the paddock. One of the players got in the car with the ball and drove right through, got out of the car and planted the ball under the sticks. Now, we blew up. We blew up, and the referee said, well, there's nothing in the rule book about cars.
I know, but
not in the spirit of the game.
Yeah. But would it be possible to write in a rule, if anything happens out there, like somebody, open brackets, like somebody drives a car on and gets the player in and they score down, or a second ball appears, etc., close brackets, the referee will be able to do this to restart the game. Now, occasionally, you may, in the AFL, I can remember an umpire marking the ball once.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what possessed him to do it, obviously a G up.
Yeah.
Hoping both teams would blow up, etc. But the umpire then is allowed to restart the game with a bounce of the ball or a ball up. Yeah. So this occasionally happens in the AFL, that something untowards happens like that.
Yes. Something that's outside the spirit of the game.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
But they're able to restart it, but there's no mechanism in rugby league for that.
There doesn't appear to be.
No,
there doesn't.
Do you think this is an oversight on the code's founders?
Well, of course it is. It goes back to 1907. Even though there weren't many cars around in 1907, I accept that, but there were plenty of balls.
Bennett, Malthouse, Sheedy, Ruse, Daly, Meninga and Buckley. The list is long, but they can all be squeezed through the cat flap on We Was Robbed.
Yes, before that plug, The Cure and Love Cats. And, of course, The Cure are coming to play Splendour in the Grass at Byron in July this year. If you want to get in touch with the Robbers hotline is 0437 665 200. And now on the Cap Flap, it's a great thrill to welcome to the Kindling Radio Network, Melissa Tapper, our dual Olympian at Rio Games in table tennis. Melissa, thanks very much for getting up early this morning and having a chat to Kindling Radio. Firstly, you're in Perth preparing for a 2-day competition. What's the nature of the competition there?
Thanks for having me, guys. Here in Perth, I've got the Para-Nationals I'm competing in.
And is it a knockout phase, a simple round robin, or is it just take us through the nature of the actual competition?
So we'll start off in a group and then come out of the group, play semis, and then into a final, hopefully. That's the plan.
That's right. Now, do you have to taper when you come into competition like other athletes, as in like swimmers often do that and runners often do that? Do you have to slow up as you approach the competition?
But I did most of that prior to the Olympic qualies. So for me, this event is more just me getting through it.
Right. And with training, does a variety of training help? I mean, I would imagine if I had to play table tennis, say, for several hours a day, it'd actually drive me nuts. But do you have to do a variety of training, like running around the block and flexibility and reaction work, as well as actually hitting the ball?
Yeah, a lot of it is done on court. Obviously, it's such a repetitive sport and sort of requires a lot of perfection through it. So, majority of it's done on court, but I also have 4 gym sessions a week, and they are either strength and conditioning to make sure my body doesn't get injured and can withstand the amount of training that we do. And I also do speed and power sessions because a lot of table tennis requires that as well.
And do you work with, I see sometimes they make football players play a sort of a game with a computer where you have to test your reaction times to things. Is there a lot of that sort of work?
We have a different training style called multi-ball. So it's where there's a person that stands at the net with a massive box of balls and they hit one ball at a time, sort of like a machine at the person that's practicing. And you can vary the speed of that, and that's a lot of to help with reaction. But I have actually had someone suggest to me this machine that the footballers use, so I might have to give it a go and see if it's a good one as well.
I think it's that thing where you have to look at something and use your hands to chase the ball or the lights around the screen. Now, before I let Roy off the leash, the Rio Olympics, you're going to represent Australia both in the Olympic, the able-bodied, and in the Paralympics. Do you know if any other athletes have done that?
Apparently I'm the first in Australia to do it, but there are I know of 2 others in the world that have done it. There is another table tennis girl, actually, and she's from Poland. She's done it a couple of times,
Right. Roy?
Yes, Melissa, good morning.
Good morning.
It's always struck me that table tennis is one of those sports that is as much in the mind as the body because it's such an intense focus sport, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. It's a good way of saying sort of as well, you need the mentality of a chess player as well to be able to play, because you need to play several moves ahead of your opponent as well. Yes,
exactly. So it's as much mentally draining as physically draining.
Yep.
So HG's reference to the use of the computer, I think, is a good one. I would recommend players spend a bit of time playing Candy Crush or something like that to get the concentration levels up. Do you find this is useful at all to you, Melissa?
You know what? It's actually not too far off. Before the Olympic qualies, I needed to have my focus placed on something. So my coach actually had me playing. It was a game called Nin Jump on my phone. So
yes.
That actually had me just purely focusing on that one thing for X amount of time, which then before I went out to play, I had to just focus on my match. So you're quite right with that.
Yes, yeah. I would have thought a natural thing to do. Now, a lot of this too is to do with perspective too, isn't it, Melissa? Now, we have a population here in Australia of around 24 million people. Now, I think the Chinese have 24 million table tennis players.
Yeah.
That sort of puts things in perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, they're still dominating at the moment, but when you put it like that, you can sort of understand why.
Now, China would be the enemy for Australia when it comes to Rio?
Yeah. Well, they're incredibly strong, and they've got very good systems in place to be able to develop world champions. So they're definitely the ones that everyone's chasing. But slowly, I think the gap will get closed.
Yeah.
It's becoming more and more popular. I think just the thing is getting more people playing at a competitive level rather than thinking table tennis is just played in the backyard.
Yeah, well, that's right. Now, have you toured into China at all? Have you had a look at some of their systems?
Yeah. I've done several training camps over in China, and no matter where you go in China, it's all exactly, every centre runs exactly the same on the same schedule, runs the same stretches, does the same exercises. So, their structures are very. They've had many years to perfect them, and I think they've got it down pat now that it's just run completely countrywide.
Okay, now are we copying their structures, Melissa, or coming up with our own?
We're trying to do incorporate the best that we can with what they can, but obviously, as it's not so large here in Australia, we have a few constraints. But our juniors are coming up, but we have to work around school as well.
Yeah.
And things like that. But it's coming along.
It's coming along. Now, can we just look at a couple of techniques here?
Mm-hmm.
In the old days, players used to approach the bat as if shaking hands.
Yep.
Now, are you a shaking hands bat holder, or do you hold it what I used to call cack-handed?
I'm shake hand grip.
So you use both sides of the bat, or just one side?
Yeah, I use both.
Both sides.
Yeah.
Now, in days gone by, people only use one side of the bat.
Yeah, so that style's called pen hold. So you hold it around the top of the racket like a pen.
Yes.
In a sense, yeah.
Yep.
And they'll use the change from backhand to forehand, but using the same side of the racket.
The same size of the bat. Yeah. Now, in China, are they pen holders or are they shake-handers?
They used to be a lot of pen holders, but now they're not so common. Much more of them are shake hand now.
Okay.
Because it's a lot more. You can play a lot more faster with more power and more spin. So, yeah. They've sort of moved over to that one as well.
Okay. Now, the dimpling on bats, has that changed much over the years? And are there limitations as to how many dimples you can have per racket face?
Oh, per racket face, gosh. No, I don't think so. I'm not sure about that one. But the little dimples, they're what we call pimples, and they affect the spin that the opponent hits back with. And
yes.
That can vary a lot between the size of pimple that they play with, whether it's short, medium and long.
Yes.
It's more to try and make it more difficult for the opponent, but at the same time, you have to be have a very good feeling control to play with them. Otherwise, it's almost a disadvantage for you to have them.
Now, do you stay consistently with the one dimple size?
I don't play with any of them. I play with smooth rubber.
Smooth rubber? But how do you impart spin?
Yeah, with dimples you can't generate spin. It's what your opponent gives you. So for me, I play with smooth rubber, so I can get all the spin. I can get backspin, topspin, side spin, heavy, no spin. Whereas a person playing with pimples can't do that.
Okay. Now, I have noticed some of the Chinese players have dimples on one side and smooth on the other.
Yep.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Are we doing the same?
Yeah. Players still play like that. Generally, the smooth rubber is generally on the forehand side, so they can play with a strong forehand with spin, and then the backhand they can change up with the pimple. But yeah, I mean, there's that's more common in the women's table tennis than it is so in the men's.
Now, our bats, are they being manufactured in China or are we doing our own?
Yeah, a lot are made in China, but also a lot come out of Japan and Europe as well. But yeah, we're not manufacturing.
But there's no Australian ping pong bat manufacturing industry as such, is there?
No.
And what about
No,
balls?
not
What about the balls? Do we manufacture our own balls, or are they all imported as well?
They're, I'm pretty sure, imported as well.
Drives me nuts.
We're talking to Melissa Tapper in Perth, and she's our representative both at the Olympic level and the Paralympic level in table tennis. A couple of things to finish up with, Melissa. Cheating. I think in conversations with people connected with your sport, the tolerances of cheating or the possibilities of cheating are very small. But I've understood that, in fact, the depth of glue that attaches the surface of the bat to the bat blade itself is something that creates a change in the possibilities for the player. Is that still going on?
Yes, yeah. So table tennis has gone through a fair few sort of rule changes as of late, and glue is a new one. So what we used to use was called speed glue, so it was really quite fumey, and I think that's why they stopped it. But you used to be able to layer up on your blade and your rubber, and it gave them more sort of spring.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was just going to ask other sorts of cheating. I noticed there's no. I was surprised, for instance, you can have dimples on one side and smooth on the other. There's no rule that says you can't do that. So
No, it's just a change of technique and style. Yeah.
And is there what would I call an authority when you come into a competition that makes sure the bats are all the right size or the appropriate dimensions and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, yep. So before you play a match, you have to go through racket control, and there the umpires will test everything.
And finally, Melissa, I know the Olympics are probably the pinnacle of the sport, but there is a great professional circuit of table tennis in the most unlikely of places. Can you just give us an idea of where it's played professionally in the world?
Europe has a lot of professional leagues being played through it. I've been over there 3 times now to compete in the Polish league, and it's one of the strongest through Europe, but just about any country through Europe has a league going through it. So you can always see some really awesome table tennis being played.
And would they provide challenges to yourself and the Chinese tilt in Rio from those countries?
The Europeans?
Yes, like from Poland or Scandinavia or places like that.
Yeah. They're definitely becoming more competitive. At the last World Team Championships, actually England, the English men, they won a bronze medal, which is the first time, I think, in over 30 or 40 years that's been done. And so they pushed Japan as well. They didn't get the opportunity to play China, but yeah, they're definitely, they're coming along, which is really, really positive. And I think it gives all the rest of the world a lot of motivation to keep working, because it's definitely possible, but it does take a long time and a lot of good systems in place to get there.
Well, thanks very much for taking our call today in the Cat Flap here at Kindling Kids Radio. And on behalf of Roy and myself and the whole listening audience to Kindling Kids Radio, and we was robbed in particular, we wish you all the very best with your trip to the Olympics and the Paralympics coming up in August, and hope you bring back gold.
Thank you guys very much.
Thanks very much, Melissa Tapper.
Melissa.
You're listening to We Was Robbed on Kindling Kids Radio.
You were listening to or just missed Coach's Cat Flap, featuring topics torn from the tear-stained clipboard of sport.
Yes, 2 on the trot there again on We Was Robbed this morning. We started off with Katy Perry and Raw, and then that magnificent slab of Style Council, Shout to the Top. And if you do want to get in touch with the robbers on the robbers hotline, on the heist line, 0437 665 200. That's 0437 665 200. Now, Roy, one of the what I'd call subtext of today's show is this discussion of stadia in Australia this week, especially in the Sydney area, but it does branch out. And as you keep pointing out, stadia seem to be the solution to sporting problems, say, in a country like China. Maybe they could help us provide a clue here. There is some chat in the paper that the state government in New South Wales has given up an opportunity to build a world-class facility. And can I just ask two questions here?
Yeah.
World-class, what in your mind constitutes a world-class facility these days? I mean, we've got the revamp of the Adelaide Oval, we've got the Etihad Stadium, we've got the touched-up MCG, all vying for world-class status.
Yeah.
The other thing is are we overlooking the fact that people like playing sport in their own areas and having fabulous teams in their own areas rather than tipping them into these huge venues which have the problems of parking and transport and so on.
Yeah.
But what makes a world-class stadium?
Look, I think what you're touching on, HG, is really important. I just feel as if we haven't really had what I'd call a national conversation about this. Let's face it, this has come from the sale of the poles and wires. Now, we have a state government that has a lot of money for infrastructure, but I've got a feeling that we haven't really had the national conversation as to how that money should be deployed.
Yes.
And a lot of people I come across, I say to them, in your list of infrastructural requirements, where does stadia appear? And they scratch their heads and say, look at their list and say, well, it's not here at all. A lot of people tend to put things like education and health and things like that, things that get up politicians' noses, really. No one seems to be. I haven't seen any demonstrations pro-stadia. I haven't. Now, maybe, it's being suppressed by the media. Maybe there are demonstrations out there that we haven't heard about. So let's just put that to one side. Do we need a stadia-led infrastructure
recovery boom? Yes.
Which is going to create jobs, importing cement.
Steel.
Some of that Chinese steel that's pretty cheap at the moment. Bring a lot of that in. So there's that. But your other question is to what makes a world-class facility. Well, I've hummed and hawed over this for the best part of 50 years, and, I think a world-class facility allows people to enjoy their sport in the way they want to enjoy their sport, i.e. flexibility. Now, most Australians love watching, say, rugby league or AFL from their cars. Now, I can't see why we can't solve two problems here at the same time. I would love to see a dedicated stadium for cars only, so families can sit in their cars and watch their sport and honk when they want to, and maybe order out when they want to, get whatever you like when you want to at a reasonable price, so you can sit there with fish and chips, hamburger, a pie, a bottle of water,
bit of sushi,
a little bit of sushi if you so require, that sort of thing, and enjoy and just be able to drive in. And then when the game's over, drive home. And during the week, there's no reason why it couldn't be just used as a dedicated car park. So, to me, that to me says win-win and common sense. And that's part of the conversation that I think the Australian community can relate to.
Can I put two other items on the agenda of the national conversation? And that is the cost of food at stadiums. This seems to be a talking point. Whenever it comes up, people just forget what they're sitting on. They only worry about the cost of food and the length of time it takes you to get them.
Yes.
Now,
well, see, with your car dedicated stadium, you could bring your own food.
I know. Now, let's say the government in its wisdom doesn't take your idea and goes to what I consider an old school idea of having seats for people to sit on.
Yes.
What sort of things do you want around your seat to make it world class?
Okay. You want the seat to be able to turn into a toilet automatically. And you want some of that Japanese technology so that you can have, water jets going into delicate areas at temperatures that you want. So you don't have to leave your seat to go to the toilet for a start. Well, people are going to love that.
Yeah.
You want to be able to control the temperature of your seat. You want to be able to control what I call seat tilt. You know how sometimes it's just the wrong angle?
I know.
And
Does
you just
your
think,
back in, doesn't it?
yes. If I just go back 2 degrees, is that too much to ask? With most stadia, yes.
Yes.
So make it tilt compliant and enough leg room and say an assist, a button you can press to lift you up if you want to scream, and really get involved. A lifter.
Would you think that TV screens...
And cushions. Is that too big an ask?
No, that's a good idea. Would you say a TV screen in the back of the seat in front of you, which enabled you to have a look at, say, the last from Moonee Valley, or watch another game?
Or Home and Away, if you want to watch Home and Away.
And remember, we've got the iView, obviously TV on demand.
Yes.
You might be able to have Netflix at your seat.
That's right.
And go and watch a game at the same time while you watch, say, Batman and Superman.
Exactly.
The latest film.
Flexibility.
Yes, flexibility, that's right.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, people live complicated lives. We multitask. This blinkered idea that you go to the stadia just to watch what's on there, well, forget it. Forget it. People aren't going to buy that anymore. You want a stadium that suits you, that offers you whatever you want. If you want to sit in your car, great. If you want to eat in your car, great. If you want to sit there and go to the toilet, great. If you want to have sushi while you're on the toilet, great. If you want to stand, great. If you want to lie down and watch it, great. That's what we've got to offer.
We do. I think you're absolutely right there, and I couldn't help but think that surely we have to have areas where people could, say, bring in meat and barbecue it in their seat, and then dish it up to other members of the family or friends who may be with them.
Yes.
That'd be terrific, so as you're controlling the food intake in the way you're not then beholden to the outlets in the stadium itself where the queues, etc. It's a nightmare.
It is a nightmare.
Imagine cooking your own food while you watch, say, the Swans v, West Coast Eagles.
Yes. Yeah.
And dishing
and
up...
why not an area where you can work on your own fitness while you watch it, near your car? Why not being able to wash your car while you watch the game?
Rotate the tyres.
And you're watching Home and Away at the same time. And using your devices for your Candy Crush, etc. I mean, that's got to be the future. Somewhere where you can go to enjoy a lifestyle. Not being pushed into the one mould. Everyone's got to sit this way looking at that thing. Forget it.
Now, speaking of forgetting it, while this was all going on, Brookvale Oval, the spiritual home of the Manly Warringah Sea Eagles, look, I thought that this had been solved at the last election, but apparently it hadn't. And now more pressure has been put on, and I'm not sure that a rescue package hasn't been put together in the last couple of days. But do you think, firstly, what's wrong with Brookvale Oval? The other thing is this curtains for Brookvale Oval, and they have to look elsewhere for the nest of the Manly Seagulls?
What are the main criticisms?
Well, that's a very good point.
People love going to Fortress Brookie. They call it Fortress Brookie. They like to make it as uncomfortable for any visiting team. So I've been into the visiting change rooms, and honestly, it's
horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's covered in, smeared with vomit and what have you. It's never cleaned.
No hot water.
No hot water at all. It's dreadful. But that's the way they like it there.
Yeah.
Now, if they're talking about an upgrade, I wouldn't touch the visiting facilities at all. They're absolutely perfect. So if things aren't as good in the home team's enclosure, well, that's something that has got to be looked at. And the local member, former Prime Minister Howard, I think was promising, wasn't
$20 million,
a $20 million upgrade. Well, of course, $20 million is not going to do anything, is it? It's nowhere near enough.
We was robbed. Winner of the 2016 Golden Fang. Sadly, it was lost on protest, and you heard it here on Kindling Radio.
Yes, David Bowie and Let's Dance, and Samir's been on the blower, text-wise. He or she would like the waiters to bring food and drink directly to your seat, and a mic line directly to players and refs.
Surely that can be done. That's not that hard.
No, that would be fantastic. Waiters, imagine the employment possibilities.
I know.
I mean, we're building things, 80,000 people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of waiters involved.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Now,
well, why not a dedicated waiter to each seat?
Oh, now you're talking.
Eh?
So you've got 50,000 in the stadium. You've got 50,000 helpers.
Yes.
Now, coming to the problem of this, the government in New South Wales is now reduced to only renovating stadia. I was going to say studio, but I mean stadia.
Yeah.
Now, this creates a problem for the Rugby League Grand Final in certain years when there might be scaffolding and obviously trucks on the park and, big screens down. And it's suggested that the NRL Grand Final in certain years may be on the move. Now, before I get your thoughts on that, this nation is a nation of renovators. We have television shows dedicated to renovating. We see people put in toilets in 2 or 3 hours. We see people able to design a kitchen and tile it and get all the equipment in within, say 40 minutes. We see Scotty Cam barking and shouting instructions and giving them challenges and stuff, which seemingly ordinary people are able to take on.
Yeah, I agree.
They're not skilled tradies. They have to go and get tradies to help them in these shows often.
Yeah.
And it's not as though it's just the block that does it. We have every channel seems to have a renovation rumble or, Reno kick on or something like that going on.
Yeah.
Now,
Channel 7 had a show, didn't they, actually, where someone was, told to go away on a holiday and they'd come back and the house was nothing like they remembered it.
That's right, causing all sorts of problems.
I know. Great idea for a show. I always wanted to go away on a holiday and actually shift the house.
I know. So it was a vacant
So
plot.
it's just a vacant plot when they go there. Yeah, what do you think?
Do you think we could, as a television project, renovate, say, Stadium Australia?
Yes, we could. We could do it. We could do it in a day. We could do it in a day. Actually, you just have to put out the word. All Australians interested in helping out, turn up, and bring a trowel, bring a hammer, bring whatever you got, whatever you can put in the boot. Bring.
Yeah, well, social media could help here. Maybe,
of course.
We want 30,000 spades.
Yes.
Once the 30,000 spades are up, we just say we move on power drills or whatever it is we need.
Now,
the NRL Grand Final, this is the end of civilization, really moving it. But where could it move to so it didn't tread on toes? Of course, Port Moresby, the great nation to our north. Because let's not forget, rugby league is the national sport there.
In Papua New Guinea, of course.
Papua New Guinea,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, is it ever? Yes. Yeah, they love it there.
But where
they
could
love
it
there.
go?
But you would have all sorts of security difficulties
True,
having the grand final in Port Moresby. The people would go berserk. It would be uncontrollable. Absolutely uncontrollable. Unless you built a dedicated stadium that kept everyone out. There's that possibility, of course. Look, I wouldn't mind, certain towns being rewarded. Why couldn't you have the grand final at the recreation ground in Lithgow?
Why would that be a reward?
It'd be a reward for the people of Lithgow.
Oh, yes, but,
for supporting it. Why not take it back to the spiritual home, say Birchgrove Oval, where the first game of rugby league was ever played in 1907? Sure, you'd only be able to get a crowd of maybe 2,000 or 3,000 there, but the memories for those 2,000 or 3,000.
Oh, I know. And they'd pay, wouldn't they?
Oh, they'd pay.
And the facilities there, world class. Now, what I was trying to get to is I'm not opposed to the reward. If you said to me it could go to Harden, because obviously Harden Murrabara Hawks have provided so many great players for the rugby league over the years.
That's true.
Then I can see that working.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we bring the grand final to Harden. Thanks.
Circus comes to town.
Circus comes to town.
Yeah.
That's
People
right.
would love it. Big, terrific boost for the local economy. I agree with you. Yes. Yeah. Well, there's that possibility. I wouldn't take it to Brisbane. I wouldn't take it to New Zealand.
No.
I think
that's
be
a
real
late
mistake.
bid, New Zealand.
Yeah. China, on the other hand, they might be interested.
That very awkward silence is the sound of losing. Seldom heard on We Was Robbed.
Yes, Roy, look, what a brilliant idea, taking the Rugby League Grand Final to the Bird's Nest in China, the Ai Weiwei.
Has that been used since the Beijing Olympics?
2008. No, that's an excellent question. It may have been falling into disrepair. So
I hope not.
I just hope it was world class.
It was world class. Well, but doesn't world class come and go quickly?
The world moves on.
Yeah.
But imagine a working bee of people who understand rugby league going to China. Yes. Obviously, Qantas have to get involved and be sponsors and so on. All that stuff. Work out. Tidying the joint up, getting it ready for rugby league, and then a lot of people from China, obviously, but also from Australia going up there to really enjoy what China's doing with rugby league.
Yes.
And let's face it, it's about 6 months away, not quite, a bit less than that, but so there's plenty of time.
Oh, the Chinese could have the Bird's Nest organised or rugby league compliant with by the end of the day.
Yes, true.
That's not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I think, and it'd be a wonderful gesture. A wonderful gesture. Either that or, as mentioned right at the top of the show, HC, that opportunity in the South China Sea, the Spratly Islands, to have a dedicated game of rugby league there with a stadium built, it says world peace.
I was just going to say that. That's right, exactly right.
I don't know what advice the Prime Minister, Mr Turnbull, has been giving the Chinese Premier about the South China Sea. Probably restraint would be his...
I think that's his message, yes.
Restraint. Well,
yes.
What could show more restraint than building a dedicated stadium for a rugby league for that one day in September? I mean, the world would look and take notice and say, China, you've got something happening here, dude.
Roy, on that very, very positive note, thanks very much for coming in the last couple of weeks to We
It's
Was
been
Rob
a pleasure,
at the Kindling Radio. You're always humbled and proud to pack down with you and thrash through the issues. For those who follow the show regularly, Chris Taylor will be back next week to obviously guide and steer the We Was Rob boat through the shoals ahead and past the rapids. In the meantime, thanks very much for listening this morning. Bye now.
That's it for this week, robbers. The boys will be back next Saturday from 8 a.m. Remember, you can relive all the action by heading to our website, kindling.com.au.